How much days? 2, 14 days, so 14 days, yeah, nah, crazy. And when it days, you and I get 3 months.
Good morning and welcome to the fifth and final round in the Cricket West Indies T20 Blaze Tournament. Final, of course, will be played on Sunday. Later on tonight, Leeward Islands take on Barbados at 7 p.m. At 2:30, Jamaica will play Guyana. But first up, Trinidad and Tobago versus Leeward Islands. Trinidad and Tobago, they won the toss and decided to have a bowl first. I'll just give you the points table as it stands. The top 5 teams are still in with a chance to make the final. Yes, some chances slimmer than others. Guyana, they are 33 points on the table, 24 match points and accumulating 9 bonus points. Jamaica, 23 points altogether, accumulating 12 match points and 11 bonus points. Leeward Islands, 21 points, 12 match points, 9 bonus points. Trinidad and Tobago women, 20 points altogether, 12 match points, 8 bonus points. Leeward Islands, 19 points, 12 match points, 7 bonus points. And Barbados, with no match point, just 4 bonus points. They are, of course, out of contention to make the final. So, Trinidad and Tobago winning the toss, deciding to have a bowl first. Openers for Leeward Islands, Kiana Joseph, and appears to be Shanisha Hector. I'll confirm that shortly. But Anisa Mohammed with ball in hand. Yeah, so Shanisha Hector at the non-striker's end. And so both of these teams will be looking to first win their game and then, while in the process of winning the game, look to accumulate as many bonus points as possible to take them close to Guyana and or above Jamaica, who has 23 points. But of course, Jamaica has a game at 2:30 to see what they need to do to get a spot in the final today. So the teams today: Trinidad and Tobago women, Anisa Mohammed, Sunil Saw, Amrita Ramtahal, Brittany Cooper, Janaba Joseph, Corbina Alexander, Leon Kirby, Rachel Vincent is back in, replacing Brianna Haricharan, Samara Ramnath, Salini Samaru, Steffi Sugrim. So Mohammed with the first ball, and it's a dot to start. Leeward Islands 11, Amanda Edwards, vice captain today as Jazara Claxton will captain this game. Renice Boyce, Kimberly Anthony. Second delivery. Quite a sedate start. Watchful from Kiana Joseph. Yes, so Kimberly Anthony, Kiana Joseph, Devia Saxena, Melissa Clark, Roselle Liebord, Davranique Maynard, Saneldo Willett is in, and Shanisha Hector. Saneldo Willett, of course, replacing Cheyenne Moses. Very watchful to start, of course, Kiana, the off spinner. She was dismissed by the off spinner against Leeward Islands. And Guyana as well. Shanita Grimman picking up her wicket that time. Still not able to get off the mark. 5 dot deliveries so far. Something a lot of the teams in the tournament will have to put to right. So one is tossed up that time, looking to take it down the ground. An inside edge from Kian, and she gets off the mark fortuitously. That ends the over as well. 1 run coming from it. Leeward Islands, 1 without loss. And just for all the viewers, so you have an idea of how you can go about accumulating points in the tournament, so you can get your calculators out and have an idea of what your team needs to do if they are to make the final. Of course, a win gives you 6 points. And when you look at the bonus point system, In the first power play, if a batting team is able to achieve a run rate of 7 or more runs, losing 2 or fewer wickets, they will get 1 bonus point. In the middle overs as well, 7 to 15, if they maintain a run rate of 6 or more runs per over with 3 or fewer wickets lost during this period, they will receive a bonus point. And in the death overs, achieve a run rate of 8 or more runs per over, they will get a bonus point. And for the entire 20 overs, if the score reflects a run rate of 7.5 or more, they will get a bonus point. I'll give you the bowling point bonus point system in a bit, as Steffi Sugrim with ball in hand, leading wicket taker in the tournament. Kiana likes what she sees, plays this one to the leg side, and it's a misfield from Brittany Cooper. What should have been 1 has turned into the first boundary for Leeward Islands. Of course, you know what they mentioned about matchups, left arm spinner, bowling to the left-handed batter, should be in favor of the left-handed batter. Steffi Sugrim to continue. She's going at it. This time, hits the gap. Not timed well, Kiana Joseph. So can't get it to the boundary on that occasion. So Hector now to face her first delivery in this match. Two fielders out, mid-wicket and long on. Favorite area for Shanisha Hector, well covered by Trinidad and Tobago. This one dragged down. Not sure if she got bat onto it. Not a good start from Steffi Sugrim, leading wicket taker in this tournament. An economy rate below 3, and 10 wickets as well. Usually a very reliable bowler in the power play for her team. Picks up wickets and restricts the scoring from the batters. Much better delivery there from Steffi Sugrim, just keeping it tight to Kiana Joseph. Flighted this time, slapped down the ground, but protection is there in Janaba Joseph. Looking to take that one down the ground. She misses to end the second over. Leeward Islands 8 without loss.
Hey, good morning, Stacey, and good morning to the viewers. 8 without loss in the second over. Leeward Islands versus Trinidad and Tobago. Penultimate day in this, the West Indies Women's T20 Blast here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Very crucial game in this tournament, Stacey. So these two teams will be looking to defeat each other. But the team that plays the best cricket would win this morning.
Yeah, certainly so. And I mentioned the points at the start of the match and what each team needs to do to make that final on Sunday. Guyana, of course, leading the charge. Mohammed to continue to Kiana, and she's had enough of it. Goes to the onside this time. It won't just holds up on the square leg boundary. And guess what? They only managed to run one.
Exactly. These are the things that we talked about earlier in the tournament, and it continues to plague these teams. A heavy outfield from the outset. Really, these should be going for more runs than that. But unfortunately, Ms. Joseph is not that mobile, so she jogged one and stayed for one.
Yeah, she made good connection, but they also have to keep in mind, I think there was some overnight rain as well. So it might be even heavier to start proceedings here today.
Leeward Islands always in the attacking mode. Stacey Ann looking to hit the ball over the fence, score as much as possible in the power play. Just been held up a little bit, not too sure what is the issue, but this is the difference between these teams, the Leeward Islands and Trinidad and Tobago. The hard-hitting batters, they strike the ball pretty well, but Trinidad and Tobago are more of a single-taking team.
Yeah, contrasting styles between these two batting units.
I think Trinidad and Tobago adapts much better as well when it comes to conditions and situations. Leeward Islands, they play a brand of cricket and they don't change it, period, despite the situations.
I'm not sure if they're just having a check to see if that ball touched the rope. Quite belatedly, it would be.
Yeah, I think it just held up inches away from the rope, Stacey Ann. Inches away from the rope.
Yeah, but all good now from umpire Maria Abbott. Shanisha Hector now to face her first delivery from Anisa Mohammed. Can't hit the gap. And that's the difference as well. If Trinidad and Tobago is able to restrict the boundary scoring, you won't have a lot of singles taken from this Leeward Islands outfit.
Yeah, and they have recognized that as well, and they are playing within their plans, Trinidad and Tobago, to see the fielders here on the ring. The fielders who are on the boundary are way on the boundary, and they're bowling for that field and they're bowling to that field as well. Anisa Mohammed is really the key to one of these things. She's have led Trinidad and Tobago team very well. I'm very impressed with her captaincy.
This time swung between mid-wicket and long on, and she picks up her first boundary as well. Very strong shot from Shanisha Hector.
Yeah, just going a little wide outside the house, giving her some arm's length there, and she really used it and smacked that one over mid-wicket, the cow corner area. It's one of our strong areas, and it spread away across the field for 4. From the distance I'm seeing here, it seems to be the boundary has come in a little bit. Stacey Ann, I think we're into about 60 yards now. So good thing for the ladies, knowing that they have a little heavy outfield, and that one split off the top of the outfield and went into the boundary for 4. A little change in the field as well, right away.
Yeah, interesting field setting, just having 2 fielders, one mid-wicket and one at mid-on, actually. Although there's a long on out, because they know the strength that she possesses hitting the ball straight and in that region. Change of personnel as well. The taller, more agile Brittany Cooper is there at mid-wicket. That delivery just went over the head of Rachel Vincent. So they're giving themselves a chance to pick up an early wicket. This one is hit high in the air. Will it clear the fielder? Yes, it does, with ease. More power on display here from Shanisha Hector, and she means business today.
Yeah, I think what happened to Mohammed there, she set the field and she bowled the ball within the area, but she gave her a little bit too much width. And really, Hector pounced on that and smacked it over the boundary for 6. She needs to be just a little bit flatter in respect of the field setting. Remember, the boundary ropes are in as well. It went the distance.
Just missing that one. Bowled it a touch wider. Anisa Mohammed, and that ends the over. A productive one for Leeward Islands, and after the 3rd over, they are 19 without loss.
Yeah, not a bad start for the Leeward Islanders. Very good start, in my opinion, based on the tournaments have gone ahead so far. The power plays have not been very productive, but they have gone 19 so far from the last 18 deliveries, something that we have not seen as well in the tournament. The dot deliveries have really been outshining the runs being scored.
And both of these teams will be looking to try and get that first bonus point in this power play. Leeward Islands, they'll be looking to get to 40 runs, try and 42 to try and pick up that bonus point. And of course, Trinidad and Tobago, they'll be looking to pick up 3 wickets. They have 3 overs to do so, both teams, to get that first bonus point. Very important to their final cry, making that final. Steffi Sugrim now. Driven nicely, but straight to that fielder, Rachel Vincent.
Yeah, Trinidad and Tobago have stuck to a plan, really. They have used this combination all tournament, and it has worked very nicely for them. They have picked up wickets, they have restrained the batters as well. So these two has bowled very well in tandem, these two spinners from Trinidad and Tobago. There's a loud appeal here, not how says the umpire, but a good delivery there, bowled by Sokram.
Yeah, a good comeback from her from that first over. Has found her line and length to the left-handed batter. It doesn't matter about matchups. They do have Samara Ramnath and Shalini Samaru, other off spinners, but they know the sort of skill that Sugrim possesses in the power play. They're giving her the best chance to get that breakthrough for them.
Surprisingly, she's camping a single here, Stacey.
Yes, that was a good single as well. You see what happens if you make up your mind to take the single, you can get it easily. The fielder was deep on the circle. She wasn't really hearing in to pick up the delivery, and they saw that and took advantage of it. So really good running between these two.
Well, good awareness as well from these two. Good change of plan as well, because everybody's hanging back on the circle. Well done, well executed. Good call from Joseph as well, and her partner responded immediately and took that single.
Tosses that one up, looking to go down the ground against the angle as well. Has to be careful.
Yeah, trying to hit that one over the top, trying to really basically pound it. Trying to hit it a little bit too hard, in my opinion. It's a good bowling here by Sikram, taking the pace off of it and really just hitting that spot outside the off stump. Not giving her the leverage to go over the top and not bowling it as close as she would want to. So really good bowling here by Sikram so far. She has bowled 1 for 7.
Looking to sweep. There's a huge appeal. I thought that hand was going to be moved for a second. But just taking his hand out of his other hand, the umpire, and Hector survives. So at the end of 4 overs, Leeward Islands 20 without loss.
Yeah, I think it pitched outside and probably hit her high as well. I think it was going down like a little bit as well too. So good decision there by the umpire. Looking to go over the top through mid-wicket again. Our strength is Hector. But good bowling there by Sukum. She has bowled 2 for 7. You can ask her better than that in the power play. Excellent bowling by her.
Yeah, I think Trinidad and Tobago will be asking for wickets. They will be hoping that she would have picked up one by now. But change of bowling, Samara Ramnath, the other off spinner I mentioned.
They're in need of wickets to get to that crucial finals on Sunday and to know who they are playing on that day as well. So, as you said, they're looking for wickets, but Leeward Islands looking to do the opposite. Good start there, good diving effort. Really should have saved one, but she basically gave one away. Good single taken there.
Yeah, in hindsight, she didn't really need to dive for it because Rachel Vincent was right there, and both batters were not looking for the single until they noticed that it was past both of the fielders, and then they took the single. But certainly a good effort from her, putting her body on the line, of course.
Some good bowling here by Trinidad and Tobago. Just on the ring of the circle. This one is short and pulled out to mid-wicket. That would go to the fence for 4, Stacey. Good shot and finding the gap as well. 4 runs.
Just erring too short there, Samara Ramnath. And with no fielder on the square leg boundary. That was simply put away by Shanisha Hector. Good placement from her. Continuing in her boundary hitting prowess so far this morning.
Yeah, she's timing the ball pretty sweetly as well. She didn't move for that one. It really was struck with some power and went into the gap to square leg for 4. Lovely shot by her from some loose bowling there by Ramnath. Better bowling there by her this time. Just hitting just on the off stump. She has a 5-4 field set. And she continues to bowl well, young cricketer. Under 19 captain as well, so she has a good head on her shoulders to assume such responsibilities. This one is short and pulls to the lady at square leg, who didn't do a very good job of stopping it. It runs close to the fence, they would get one, they're back for two. But it was hit with some power, so I understand it trickling through her legs as well.
Yeah, she went to the leg spinner there, Samara Ramnath. Not able to control it in terms of the length that she was aiming for and just dragged it down, allowing Shanisha Hector to pull to that favorite leg side of hers. Yeah, the captain Mohammed is just having a word with her team.
I think that Fila is having some issues with the leg. She pulled her shoe off immediately and she just kicking it up and down, having some issues with it. Not too sure if she has having some cramps or she had a previous injury, not sure. There's been a stop in play so far, but really 27 without loss. Leewards, they would have liked to have a little bit more runs on the board, but they have not lost a wicket, which is very good. And that sets them for a very good total. Here at Arnesville, the outfield is much faster today. It is cut, the lawn look good, the ball is running off the outfield, and really they should have a good total with these two. But Trinidad and Tobago, knowing their bowling attack, a wicket or two could cause changes here amongst the Leeward Island team.
Yeah, Trinidad and Tobago, good strategy from them, taking advantage of, yes, unfortunate for Shalini Samaru, picked up a bit of a niggle, and while the physiotherapist ran onto the field, they took that opportunity to bring the players in, have a word with them, just remind them of the plans that they had set before coming into this game and what they need to continue to do well. So good there from the skipper.
Well, I could recall the last game that they played, well, the game they played against Guyana. Guyana really took advantage of that game against Trinidad and Tobago, played a top game Guyana, bowled the Trinidad inside out and really batted fantastically to get over the total without any trouble or so. So Trinidad really need to win and win really good here today against the Leewards to get themselves into these finals. So I think that the captain called everybody together to remind them of their responsibility. Sugan continues. This one is hit high and hard. Over mid-off, into the fence. I'm waiting for the signal. 6 runs by umpire Abbott, and that was hit with some power. Went over mid-off flying.
Yeah, she gave her the room that time. And good option from Shanisha Hector to take it to the offside. Good reach, good strong base from Shanisha Hector. Man, the power that we're seeing on display from these players. Saw that from Chanel Henry. We're seeing that from Shanisha Hector today.
She's well built as well. Stocky. Again, this is outside the off stump and pulled to mid-wicket. That's a better line, and then took the pace off of that as well. Took some time in the air, and she only could have pulled it to the skipper, who's at short mid-on. Brings you over to an end to 33 from the first 5 overs. That's a bad power play. Probably the best one we've seen so far.
Yeah, one off certainly. Windward Islands, they had 43 in their power play in that game they played against Leeward Islands.
Yeah, so not a bad power play so far. 33 without loss. Hector, she's unbeaten on 22 from 15. And Joseph, she's 10 from same amount of balls, 15 as well. Sugrim has bowled 2 for 7. Change of bowling here, or is Sugrim continues? Yeah, Sugrim continues. Joseph just turning it to square leg, looking to chew at the bowlers, and rightfully so. She got in at the end. Another single to Leeward Islands, 34 without loss.
Yeah, you won't hear me a lot of commentators say this, but a good single because of how well Shanisha Hector is striking the ball. So good awareness from Kiana, recognizing that she probably need to get down to the other end and give Hector the strike. Awareness for the situation is critical as well. Just a few runs shy of picking up a bonus point in this power play.
It's a good delivery by Seagram, just hitting the length and just holding up somewhat. Hector was already in position to bang that through mid-wicket. She had to change her mind and punch it to covers. Seagram did the fielding as well. So good smart bowling here by her. This one is hit through covers with some power. My God, she got a hand to that one.
Good stop there by Kanisha Isaacs, the substitute fielder for Shalini Samaru. I'll say that the ball hit her body, Ken Roy. Good stop nonetheless. That was hit fiercely.
I was a little bit scared for her from where I'm at when that ball was struck. But she got her hand to it. Seagram continues. Flighty delivery. Whack down to mid-on. Again, straight to the fielder. No run. 34 without loss. She packed some power. She's packing some power there, Hector. Really striking that ball nicely. As you said, her partner Joseph, recognizing that she's striking it, has turned the strike over to her. Seagram here. Flighty delivery this time. And she just pulls that one out to mid-wicket for a single. So another run to Hector. One more to Leeward Islands. But some good bowling here by Seagram. Changing the trajectory of the ball, taking the pace off, and causing her to really not smacking over the boundary, but hitting it on the floor. Not too close to her either. Another good delivery, dot delivery that is. Looking for a single, but was never on. That brings you over to an end. So 6 overs for 35 runs. Well bowled, Seagram.
Yeah, well bowled indeed from Seagram. No wickets yet. Usually we pick up a wicket, but continuing in her miserly ways, Seagram, and those of you keeping an eye on what your team has to do. Both teams have not picked up a bonus point in the power play, so they have to look to the other phases of this game to look to pick up bonus points along the way there.
But how are you going to do that? That is the question being asked. The biggest opportunity you had was to score those or get those runs and wickets in the power play. And to get them in the back end, it would be much more difficult for both teams. So,
well, you're asking how we are going to do that. So I'll tell you, Ken Roy. So the power play that's done and dusted, no one managed to pick up a bonus point there. I think Windies Islands and Jamaica, they'll be keeping an eye as well and probably happy that no one picked up a bonus point there. So, as I mentioned, the power play overs 1 to 6 as Leon Kirby comes in to bowl to Hector. So you must achieve a run rate of 7 or more runs per over with 2 or fewer wickets. On the other side, the bowling team must be able to pick up 3 wickets in the power play to pick up a bonus point, 3 or more wickets, that is. In the middle phase now, this is the next part of the game that these two teams can look to pick up a wicket, and that's a good start. That is a marvelous hit from Shanisha Hector.
Well, she muscled that down to mid-on over the fence for 6, recognizing that the pace of Kirby is nothing much to talk about, really. And she really just, I think she ran into that one down the wicket and smashed it over mid-on into the fence for 6. Does Kirby bowl anything faster than that?
I don't think you'll see anything quicker than that, Ken Roy.
I haven't seen it, but I think she's into some trouble here against Hector. Hector is on 29 from 21. She's really looking to smash that ball over the park. Strong onside field. Sweep her back as well. There we go again. She's pulling that one through mid-wicket, over the top again, into the fence for 4. I think she's going to have a really go at her here in this over.
Yeah, change of angle that time from Leon Kirby, coming around the wicket to the right-handed batter. But that one just sat up nicely for her to pull into that vacant mid-wicket area. We've seen a number of boundaries hit there. Now, Anisa Mohammed decides to protect that area herself on that mid-wicket fence.
Yeah, Kirby is not bowling with a lot of pace. So Hector, with her power and the way she swings her bat, she would be having a go. She's edging that one now down to fine leg. She's gone for 1. She should be looking for 2. She's coming back. If the throw is good, this could be trouble, but she gets in. So another 2 runs here to Hector, and she has really taken advantage of this over so far.
Yeah, better run in between those two. So over 7 to 15, if you maintain a run rate of 6 or more runs per over with 3 or fewer wickets lost during that period, you pick up a bonus point. over 16 to 20 as well. I'll continue after this delivery.
Kirby, this one is hit onto mid-off. Long off, comes in, does the feeling, another single.
If you achieve a run rate of 8 or more runs per over during that period, you pick up a bonus point. And for the entire inning, if you score a total that reflects a run rate of 7.5 or more runs per over across the entire innings, you'll get a bonus point. So, still couldn't manage to pick up 3 bonus points for batting Leeward Islands here. And the bowling for the bonus points. First power play, 3 or more wickets. Middle overs, 4 or more wickets during that period.
This one is a good delivery outside here, or somewhat punch through covers by Joseph. Backward point. Picks up another single. So good batting here.
In the middle overs, as I mentioned, take 4 or more wickets during that period. The death overs for the bowling team, you maintain an economy of 5 or fewer runs per over during that period, you get a bonus point. And if you restrict the opposition, bowl them out, for the entire 20 overs, you receive a bonus point.
And it's runs per over. Runs per over is needed. 7 runs per over. This have not been achieved in the tournament so far. 7 runs per over. And then you need to bowl the team out. The team is 49 without loss. Not looking possible, but these things can happen. 49 without loss. The required run rate is 7, really. The run rate is 7, at this time. So if they could maintain this sort of batting here at the Leeward Islands within the middle period of this game, they could get themselves a bonus point, 7 runs per over. But if Trinidad and Tobago could bowl the Leeward Island team out, they could earn themselves a bonus point as well. Both teams have that in front of them, and Leeward's are scoring at 7 runs per over. As we have a change in bowling, we have a change in the commentators' booth. Ramtal has come into the attack. Right arm pacer coming around the wicket. This one is outside the house, some hitting the outer portion of the bat. She went for it, Joseph, hitting it outside the bat and runs down to third man. I don't think she got it. I think it went over the fence. Yes, 4 runs to Joseph. For 2 just edged there, but 4 runs to her, 53 without loss. Welcome, Keswick. Good morning.
Good morning, Kenry Martin.
How are you doing today, sir?
Not a bad day. We've seen some blue skies a couple of days ago. They started the day with a bit of rain. But it's good to see that the sun is out, shining in all its glory. Leeward Islands batting in all its glory as well. 53 without loss.
Yeah, doing pretty well so far. They need to achieve a run rate of 7. They are 7.40 from now on in, right through the middle period. Once they score that, they would pick up a bonus point. Trinidad and Tobago needs to bowl Leeward out to get that bonus point as well. Ramtal. This one is smashed through backward point. It's going close to the fence. Will it get there? It does now. No, the big boot came out. 4 runs. The big boot came up but couldn't stop that one from Joseph. Runs across the face of the outfield for 4 more runs.
Yeah, I guess the boot wasn't big enough, Martin. It was really smashed. You cannot give her that type of width. We saw it a couple games ago. Giving her width can be very dangerous for bowlers. But it's good work here from her, trying to get that foot out. Couldn't really manage to get everything behind of it. 4 runs at the end of the day for Joseph.
Ramtal, not a lot of pace on her deliveries. I think she needs to just pull her length a little bit back, a little further. That's better. But wide out signal by the umpire. Another run to the Leeward Islands total.
Yeah, it's one thing to bowl with against Kiana. You just have to know how to bowl it. Your length have to be very good. In terms of length, you have to get fuller on that wide line to get her from not hitting those deliveries. As long as you're short into the pitch with width and it sits up, that's when she gets happy.
Ramtala, this one been smacked down to long off. Skipper Mohammed is there, who does the fielding. She has been right around the field, marshalling her troops. I think very impressive with her captaincy. Very impressive with her captaincy for Trinidad and Tobago here. She demands a lot from them, and she leads by example. 58 without loss, Leeward Islands. Somebody looking to get into that finals with Guyana. These teams vying for that. Jamaica and Windies pretty happy at this point. Still in a chance. This one is a full delivery, smashed out to square leg. She won't get that. She does. No, she doesn't. It goes across the rope. 4 runs, full delivery, and dealt with accordingly.
Yeah, we have seen a lot of full deliveries getting away in this tournament. This time, Hector not allowing it to get away. So across the line, good power behind of it as well. Not doing enough to cut it off for a boundary. But I overheard a conversation earlier with yourself and Stacey regarding teams going through to the finals on Sunday and teams who still have a chance according to how the day goes. Guyana looking like they firmly booked their spot into the finals, I would say.
Yeah, they're looking for someone. This one is outside here or someone. She's bold. That one just on a good length. She went through her defense, struck the half stump, and Leewards have lost their first wicket. Good delivery there. That's the length we're talking about, Keswick. Just on that length, through her baton pad, boom into the stumps, and she's gone back to the pavilion.
Yeah, definitely what the coaches will ask for, top of off stump length. And she did just that. Ramtahal, after being smashed for a boundary from Hector, she still maintained that line outside the line of just around third stump or so. And just what the coaches will ask you to do. Hit the top of off stump. Yeah, nicely. Picking up the first wicket here is Ramtahal for Trinidad and Tobago. The score is now 63 for 1.
Yeah, well played 40 as well from her, Hector. Smacked the ball across the ground as she accustomed to do. Her prominent area was through the mid-on, mid-wicket area. She played some lovely shots. Hit one over mid-off as well for 6. Through square leg. She played right around the field today. But a well-played 40 from her really set the tone for the Leeward Islands. They are 62 for 1. So that brings Saxena to the crease. None of the Leeward Island batters. And she have Joseph with her. She's not out on 21. Just to let you know, the sun is out in all its glory. It's pretty warm this morning. Ramtahal continues. Good length again, that nagging length. That's what you would want to bowl on this wicket. So a good finish to the over for Ramtahal. Good finish for Trinidad and Tobago. Leeward's 62 for 1.
Yeah, definitely. Just a bit surprised with that delivery, getting the wicket of Hector. Not taking anything away from Ramtahal. But when you're in batting at 40 of 26 deliveries, you must feel like you're in firm control of what you're doing. That delivery on the line of our stump, just need to just push it down the ground for 1. Or even stopping it, you're way ahead. Good strike rate so far. Can't really hit everything to the boundary. So a bit disappointed there. Could have done something different with that one, Hector. But guess what? She's back in the pavilion. Trinidad picked up their first wicket. Thanks to Ramtahal.
Well, Keswick, you're a little bit disappointed. Trinidad and Tobago, they're much happier than they were the over before. Because Hector was taking them to the swords, really. So they're happy to see the back of Hector. As you see, a little disappointing play in respect of how she went about her business after getting to that 40. Really should have carried her bat. That is what we have not seen in the tournament. Carrying their bat through the innings and really propelling their teams to a lovely total. It's 49 for 1. Change of bowling here. As Joseph's camp another single. She's been running this morning, Keswick.
Yeah, well, she realized the field. If you notice the field here, Long on, deep mid and square leg in the right positions. Exactly where Joseph will smack the ball. So in order for her to get the boundary, she have to hit sixes or find the gaps between those females out there on the boundary. So she's just looking to rotate the strike. As long as she's there, we know what she can do.
So it's Samaru. Outside here, some dab down the third man looking for that single. Good feeling, good arm as well. Got a bullet arm there, bullet throw as well from that fielder. Joseph. Really good throw. Came out of the hands very quickly. Good shoulders. Samaru. Side the off stump. This one is pulled down to mid on, calling for a single. Joseph's of jagging as per usual. Looking at the ball as well. She suffers from that as well. She keep ball watching. Not the quickest of runners. You know she's a fair strike of the white ball, the red ball, and the ball that is coming in her way. She would hit it out of the park once it is in her range. She does that. So Samaru continues. Third delivery, flighty delivery. Trying to go through mid-wicket, not timing it again. Is Joseph finding it difficult this morning to get the ball over the fence? Joseph, still there.
Yeah, the good thing about it is that she's still there. She's not really timing it. She just needs to get her timing right. But the dangerous thing is that she is still there. And if she can back to the end.
Again outside the awesome looking to dab that delivery. Is Saxena. Haven't gotten off the markers yet. Yeah, sorry, she's 1 from 4. Samaru bowling a pretty tight over so far. Again, listen outside the awesome. She's going over the top. Somebody's getting under it. Oh, it goes through the hands. I think that's Sugrim. Sugrim, she covered some ground, but the hands just couldn't get to that ball. Brings you over to an end. And that's the end of that. Leeward Islands, as you see the replay, through the hands, still managed to keep it out of the fence. They are 67 for 1. 62 for 1, sorry.
Yeah, that would have been a wonderful catch if she did hold on to it. She covered the ground, just didn't cover enough to really take the catch. And those catches are really hard catches running back. Even in the male matches, you find the men even finds it hard to take these sort of catches. Normally we'll have to put in a dive at the end. Would have been a wonderful catch if she didn't hold on to it.
Yeah, brilliant effort from her there. So it's Ramnath. She's bowled 1 for 13. Pretty much expensive in her first over. Taken to the cleaners by Hector in her first over. But the skipper has confidence in her. She's bowled well through the tournament. She comes back immediately and good start. Again, she's looking to run down to third man. My coach would have told me you're playing a get-out shot there. But it's T20. She's trying to run it down to third man to get a single. Not successful in doing so. Not flighted delivery. This time she's hitting it down to mid-on. That will go into the fence for 4. Well played and proper use of the feet as well. Brilliant shot there.
Yeah, nicely played from Saxena. She looks like she's the type of player that likes to go down the ground as well. Haven't seen a lot of her throughout this tournament. But it was nicely played. Good straight bat, using her feet down the ground. Looking to get it over the infield. Really nice shot.
This one is outside the awesome. She's driving to mid-off. Short extra cover comes in on field. 71 for 1. Saxena, 6 from 7. Joseph, 23 from 23. This one is outside the off stump. Tugged down to mid-on. She goes for a single. Brilliant arm there. And Sugrim. that name keeps fighting me, boy. Probably need to go to Trinidad a little bit more often. Sugrims, Ramnath, Saxena. These names. So the young lady out of Trinidad and Tobago, under 19 captain, continues to bowl. Good delivery. Joseph plays with a straight bat. Dead, says she doesn't want another single. 72 for 1. He had 8 boundaries so far, 8 fours, 3 sixes. That's about 11 boundaries so far in the game. So a different sort of a game today. Keswick, the outfield is pretty much faster. The boundary is just a little bit shorter. So we're looking to have some more excitement in this T20 tournament played there in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. This one is a good flighty delivery, and Joseph jogs through for another single.
Yeah, well, the good thing about it is that they're keeping her quiet. Really, because of the field setting from the skipper. Looking to lock down those main scoring areas of Kiana Joseph. She's that type of player that plays the ball mainly over the mid-wicket region. And they have locked down that field nicely is Anise Mohammed. So this is really good. They are keeping her quiet. And this is something that you really want. But it's drinks break here at the Arnisville Cricket Stadium. We'll be right back in a couple of minutes to continue proceedings.
Welcome back to Arnisville playing field, where the first quarter of this T20 game between Leeward Islands and Trinidad. A locked-in battle here, women's tournament. First delivery after the water break. Good delivery outside the off stump into the keeper's glove. A dot delivery to Joseph, who is on 24 from 25. Ramnath continues to bowl. She has no wicket so far. Good delivery again. Joseph turns it on the onside. And once she scamper a single, she jogs and there's a throw at the end. And Joseph ends hitting the stumps. Barely getting her bat in there. Almost lost her wickets through carelessness there, Joseph. need to get into that crease, but good awareness from the Trinidad and Tobago fielders right away. Just barely getting that bat down. Just bouncing around is Joseph. So his Ramnat continues. This one is outside the house ump. Just closing the face of the bat. Oh, awful feeling there by Vincent at short mid-on. Giving away an easy single. Another run. So Hector got 40 from 26. Joseph, she's 24 from 25. And Saxena, she's 7 from 9. 1 for 14. Ramtal Mohammed, she bowled pretty well this morning as well. Bowling a new ball as per usual. Kept things tight. This one is a flighted delivery. And Joseph just playing it quietly to mid-off. Short extra cover comes around and fields. Real quiet here at Arnisville. The sun is really out in all its glory. There's a few clouds above our heads. Expecting a really hot day. This one is pulled straight to the field at mid-wicket. She takes the catch. Joseph strides back rather slowly as we're accustomed to see her do. And Leewards have lost wicket number 2.
Yeah, a lot slower in the air. Joseph didn't get enough bat on it. I was wondering what's the reason for her style of batting this morning. But maybe just a different mode of operation for her. But what you have to take into consideration is the field setting this morning from Anisa Mohammed. She really did her homework. Understand where she's good at playing the ball. Set the field and she get the results. Kenna Joseph has to go. The score now is 75 for 2.
Yeah, solid. They had a solid platform from the opening batters, the Leeward Islands, Hector and Joseph. They got, I think, about 36 runs in the power play. And then they went on to 40-yard, 53, I think it was, when Hector got out. And then Trinidad and Tobago pulling things back from there on India now, 75 for 2. Pretty good score so far. 10 overs have been completed, 10.5. So that brings Clarkston to the crease. She's now partnering with Saxton, Leeward Islands, 75 for 2. Not forgetting if Trinidad and Tobago bowls out the Leeward Island team, they get that extra, they get that bonus point. So Samaru continues around the wicket. First delivery driven sweetly through covers. It has gone through, threaded through there. It has gone for 1. They are back for 2. I think that's all that they would get. So 2 lovely looking runs there to Clarkson to open our account.
Yeah, didn't really hit it with a lot of power, just sheer timing. Getting off the mark nicely. Something that we haven't really mentioned a lot throughout the tournament, Martin, is the whole bonus point system. I'd love to have a graphic so that the public that's watching on could more understand what Cricket West Indies are looking for regarding the bonus point system. It was introduced a couple of years ago by Miles Bascom and the new West Indies head coach at the test level as well, Darren Sammy. Just a guideline in how they want their players to play in terms of the brand of cricket, how they want them to score, just a blueprint in understanding what they want to achieve at the ODI and T20 level, which is something good. So you wish we would have had a graphics here so that the people that are looking on could more understand what is required at this level with the females in T20.
So, Leeward Islands, 77 for 2. We're into over number 12. Ramnath continue. This one is hitting the air. Somebody's getting on it. Will it fall in no man's land? Yes, it does. 3 players converging. No one gets into that ball. Falls in no man's land. Another single. And Clarkson got away. no man's land, scot-free. She gets a single.
Yeah, not really getting to the pitch this time. That's the same reason why Anisa Mohammed set herself a little bit straighter at mid-on and still have a long on as well, a bit wider for Saxena, because she likes to go down the ground, sometimes mistimes it, and it don't leave the 25-yard circle. So good field setting by Anisa Mohammed, good captaincy. She's one of the better captains I've seen in this tournament. The way how she handled her bowlers, her field setting, really good IQ from her, showing her full experience over the years.
Ramnath continues outside the awesome, driven straight to that cover fielder. No run, something we have seen through this tournament. Fielders playing, batters playing some very good shots, but straight to the fielders, not treading that gap, treading that area. She tries to sweep that one through one side. Was a bad line delivery as well. Didn't connect. So Ramnath, she has already gone for 20. This is her third over. Not the best of days that she have had here against the Leeward Islanders. So that brings over number 3 to an end for Ramnath, and over number 12 to an end. And Leeward Islands are 78 for 2, with Claxton on 2 from 4 and Saxena 9 from 12 deliveries.
Not something that we're accustomed of when it comes to the bowling here from Trinidad and Tobago females. Ramnath going 3 overs, 20 runs. We are more accustomed to seeing her go for less. But it's not going to be your day every day, Martin. Score is now 78 for 2 from 12 overs. Game is well poised here for a good score for the Leeward Islands. Anisa Mohammed again with that field setting, putting herself at mid-on. Still have a long on in Sugrim.
So Samaru continues. Another dot delivery outside the off stump. Keeper doesn't collect cleanly. So as you said, Anisa Mohammed has really captained this side pretty well. Up to this point, she still has 5 persons inside of the circle, saving 1. So she knows what she's about. 3 persons on the boundary. Could have been 4, but she's just not giving that extra single away, which I agree with her. Good delivery. She's bold. She went looking to run that ball along to third man. It went through her defense and it clipped the off-stump bail. Samaru has picked up wicket number 2 for her, and wicket number 3 goes for Jamaica, for the Leewards.
Yeah, always looking to run down the ball is Saxena. Something that she has been doing all morning. And the thing about trying to run down the ball all the time, you're always trying to open the face of the bat to get it to go down to third man. So you're presenting half of the bat, making the bat smaller. Yeah, this time didn't make any sort of connection, and she was on the move going forward. So she was never stable to play that shot to open that face to get it behind point. Could have only offered her off stump up to Samaru, picking up a second wicket. It's a third wicket down for the Leeward Islands. Saxena has to go. The score now is 78 for 3.
So Trinidad and Tobago wiggling themselves back into this game by picking up wickets, bowling tightly, bowling dot balls. Leeward Islands just giving away that advantage that they had coming into this game after the power play and during the power play. Hadn't lost a wicket. No, they have lost 3 wickets so far. Only got to 78. Had a lovely platform set by Joseph and Hector prior to what has occurred. Samaru picked up 2 wickets, 2 important wickets, as Edwards joins Claxton. Leeward's 78 for 3. Remember, if Trinidad and Tobago bowls the Leeward Island team out, they get this extra bonus points. Leewards need to continue scoring at 7 runs per over. They fall below that. This one is punched down to mid-off for a single. That's all I think that they would get as a good return comes in from Kirby. And that takes Edwards, gets Edwards off the mark and brings Claxton into strike. So boundary so far, 8 4s, 3 6s. That has been so since Joseph and Hector was in crease. I think there was one boundary struck by the outgoing batter. Other than that, no one else have gone past the fence, have gone past the ropes, other than Hector and Joseph. Samaru changes her line outside the off stump. This time she's pulling that down to deep long on. Who does the fielding? Kirby again. Been involved in a lot of play this morning. Taken to the cleaners by Hector. Had that one solitary over. 80 for 3. Edwards on 1 from 2. And Claxton 3 from 6 deliveries. Another dot delivery by Samaru brings over number 13 to an end. So a good over ball here by Samaru for Trinidad and Tobago, and they have pulled themselves, wiggle themselves back into this game very nicely here, Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, all by picking up wickets. If they can continue to do this from here on in, they will put themselves in an even better position to even finish the game or finish this innings with their momentum. Ramnat with ball in hand again to finish. All 3 overs are ready for 20 runs. Probably the most expensive we have seen her gone throughout this tournament. But Claxton and Edwards is at the crease. 2 capable batters who can really give them that finish that they so desire. Short and cutting, but cutting straight to the fielder out there at cover.
So Mohammed just ringing the field, changes in again. Pushing that fielder out to deep mid-wicket. 2 fielders on the boundary now, mid-wicket. And that cow corner area, another. In the 2 mid-wicket areas, nobody sweeping on the offside.
Just wondering here, Martin. The fact that you have a short mid-wicket and a deep mid-wicket, that deep mid-wicket is obviously covering for that boundary. The one inside the circle, which is in the 25-yard circle, why not having her just on the square to save that single? She's really on the edge of the circle, so you would prefer to have her inside to save the single, because that fielder, the deep mid-wicket, is already on the boundary to save that boundary.
I don't understand what you're saying there. One saving, one protecting the boundary. Dead ball signal by umpire. 80 for 3. But not forgetting that Ramnath is bowling off spin. You have 3 fielders, 4 fielders on the offside. Has to be careful with the lengths. Good bowling. That one is just on the length that you would want her to bowl. As Claxton stands up and punches it. Lovely shot. Just finding the fielder again. This one is flighted, slower delivery outside the off stump. Smart delivery that was, taking the pace off of it, and she went for that big shot, missing it completely.
Yeah, it looks like whenever she tried to go for that big shot, she sort of lose her shape. But technically, I think she's a good player. She looks good now. She's cutting behind point. This one is running away to the boundary. Skipper Mohammed doing chase. Just 2. But I must say, Martin, she looks technically correct. She plays the ball well. She's one of the few batters in this tournament that you will see hitting the ball down the ground using her feet and also sweeping the ball. Punching it in front of point as well. She looks like she's technically sound.
Yeah, it's just a loud appeal here by Mohammed. Just sliding on leg from her vantage point. Not how says the umpire. So she have completed her quota of overs. Good comeback there from her after 13 runs was taken off the first over. She has completed her spell. She has bowled 4 overs for 22 runs. Not a bad comeback there by Ramnath. And it's 82 for 3. Leeward Islands, Claxton on 5 from 12, and Edwards 1 from 3. Trinidad just wiggling themselves back into this game here as we go into the 15th over. Just Leeward Islands sort of losing their way. They had a 7.16 run rate. They are now 5.86 run rate. Needed to keep that at 7 to claim that bonus point. This time he's hiking straight down to the skipper, who takes a simple catch. And wicket number 4 has gone. A simple catch to the skipper. And Trinidad and Tobago strike again.
Yeah, how much time have we mentioned her captaincy and her field setting? Anisa Mohammed strategically placing herself at mid-on, straightish mid-on, because both batters likes to hit the ball straight and sometimes miss their timing or lose their timing and hit it straight to the fielder there at mid-on. We have mentioned her captaincy a few times. Edwards hitting it straight to Anisa Mohammed, who set herself straightish there at mid-on, and there's a long on as well. That's the 4th wicket down for the Leeward Islands. The score now is 82 for 4. In comes Boyce.
Well, as I said, Trinidad and Tobago wiggling themselves back into this game. Some good bowling, good catching as well. They have fielded pretty well this morning. A few mistakes, yes. But they have really stuck to their plans, stuck to their guns, and did what they ought to do. Didn't get that bonus point in the first power play, but they look as if they are on course to really, they could bowl out the Leeward Islanders before that 20 overs. They're 82 for 4. With a few more overs, what could happen? Boyce is long forward to that one. She has some Trinidad roots, I was told. She is from Trinidad but lives in the Leeward Islands. Okay. This one is on the leg stump, swept nicely through square leg, goes over the fence now. That is what we know of Annesville playing field. When you play a shot, you get the reward, and it goes over the fence for 4. Well played by Boyce.
Yeah, nicely played on top of it as well. Sweeping nicely. She do have a long angler as well. She can hit a few sixes. Hit the most sixes in last year's tournament. So she's a smash off the ball. But when you can sweep and have the dinks and the touches like that, this is good.
This time she's hitting it straight down. Goes close to the fence, goes over the fence now. You said that she was a 6-hitter, but she is striking the ball cleanly here, Keswick. Down to mid-off, into the fence for 4. Good shot.
Yeah, I mentioned her power hitting, and she's good. She's good at power hitting because she has good strength. She times the ball well. Very fierce competitor is Boyce, so they would definitely want her to finish this innings well for them.
Smart cricket. Bat and pad close together. Struck 2 boundaries so far in this over. She has 8 from 4, 90 for 4. Leewards need this partnership to do well for them. Another dot delivery. Boyce is not really troubled by that. She's thinking that I should have really gone for that one. But the over comes to an end. And after 15 overs, is 90 for 4. I would make my way out of the chair as I reintroduce Stacyan, and she and Keswick will take it to the end of the first half of this game between the Leeward Islands and Trinidad and Tobago. Very crucial game in a penultimate day in this West Indies. T20 blast here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Yes, it's Anissa Mohammed now with ball in hand. She has been doing a wonderful job throughout this tournament with ball in hand and at times with the bat. But what really stand out for me is the captaincy. Her field setting has been outstanding. Really good work from her. That one just moving away from Claxton, not getting bat on it. Moving away from the keeper as well, Stacey.
Yeah, Kesrick, I was sitting in the back and I was doing all my calculations. Trinidad and Tobago coming into this match on 20 points. The only way they would have been able to get past Guyana and get to 34 points, because Guyana is on 33, is to amass a total of 14 points in this game. But so far, they have relinquished 1 point in that power play. So now they can get to 13 points from this match, 6 points for a win, and try and get their other bonus points after that. They already got a bonus point for the previous period. This one hit in the air, in between long on and mid-wicket. 2 runs to Boyce. Looking good so far against a familiar opposition in Trinidad and Tobago. Of course, Renice Boyce played for Trinidad and Tobago previously. Now plies her trade with Leeward Islands. Yes, but what I was saying is, Trinidad and Tobago, they were able to get the bonus point from over 7 to 15 because they picked up 4 wickets. Leeward Islands relinquished a bonus point in that period because they lost 4 wickets. They scored the runs that was required. They were able to go at 6 runs per over in that period, but because they lost 4 wickets, they did not get the bonus point. Trinidad and Tobago now will have to look to bowl out Leeward Islands to ensure that they get that other bonus point and then do the rest with the bat. When that inning starts, I'll give you more on what they'll need to do with bat in hand to accumulate at least 33 points, get to 33 points as Guyana. But looks very tough from here on out.
Yeah, how important it was to pick up those batting and bowling points throughout this tournament. Sweeping is Claxton straight out to the fielder there, deep mid-wicket. Brittany Cooper.
Yeah, Leeward Islands, on the other hand, started this match with 21 points. So their aim would have been to try and accumulate all the points in this match. A total would have been 14 to get them to 35 points ahead of Guyana on the table. Unfortunately for them, they have relinquished 2 bonus points so far in this match for the power play and phases from phase 7 to 15. A good strike there from Boyce, but 1 bounce to Alexander on the mid-wicket fence.
Yeah, sheer timing. Didn't really look like she wanted to hit it for a boundary, just trying to get it over the infield. Most of the Leeward Island players so far that we have seen throughout this tournament, Boyce is one of them that really looks to strike the ball well. Kiana Joseph, Edwards, Hector. And we have seen a glimpse of Claxton as well. Really nicely played, as I mentioned. She's nicely organized, technically correct. So she's a pretty good all-rounder. It's Claxton.
Yeah, you hear me mention getting 14 points, 6 points for a win. And any one team, if they manage to pick up all the bonus points in a match, they can get a total of 8 bonus points.
Haven't seen a team in the tournament to do such as yet.
Yeah, so what Leeward Islands have to do in this period is to score at a run rate of over 8. And if they get to 150, they get another bonus point for scoring more at a run rate of 7.5 throughout the entire innings, sorry.
Well, it's Kirby with ball in hand. Ball in the second over. Going across the line is Boyce. Obviously, Boyce will know a lot of the Trinidad players. Not sure if we mentioned it earlier, but she is from Trinidad and Tobago. Played a lot of games for Trinidad and Tobago. Played some international games as well.
Yeah, started in 2023 with the Leeward Islands. So played all her career with Trinidad and Tobago. Went on to make the West Indies team as well. Bowling smartly there, Leon Kirby. Bowling that wide line. No fielders on the offside boundary though. So if she makes sufficient connection, could well see her picking up a boundary.
This one missing again is Clarkson. Just looking at the field. Not sure if she want to be bowling that line outside there, Stacey, because you did mention there's no feeler on the offside boundary. Anything going over the heads of the fielders inside would definitely run away for a 4. Probably like to see her bowling it a bit straighter on the stump, attacking the stump. You have the feelers on the leg side. You want to be bowling on stump. Let her hit the ball into the leg side, into the wind. Anything passing these feelers that are on the circle here, anything that's going over will definitely go for a boundary. 4 runs from Clarkston. The score moves on to 100. 100 runs now for the Leeward Islands.
Yeah, really good shot from Clarkston. She continued with that wider line, Kirby, and Clarkston just picked the gap well on the offside.
Trying to go down the ground again, not enough timing. Anissa Mohammed is coming around. Definitely will say 4. Just a single.
Yeah, interesting from Trinidad and Tobago in that over. The 3 fielders on the boundary are on the onside. Yes, you had one at long off as well, but she continued to bowl that wider line, which will be a free hit once the batter connects and get it to the gap. Will always be runs.
Yeah, just need to execute the plans a little bit better. When you're bowling to batters that can really go big. Going down the ground again is Boyce. Hitting it straight to mid-wicket. Lisa Mohammed is down there. Just a single to finish the over. The score is now 103 for 4.
Yeah, 6 runs coming from that over. Good over, yes, from Trinidad and Tobago in the context of this game. Perhaps what Kirby was hoping for is that the batters would try to take the ball from the offside to the leg side. But you saw Claxton looking to play through the offside in that over and picking up 4.
It's also understanding the batters at the crease. As I mentioned, Claxton she's technically sound. She looks to hit the ball over the offside when it's on the off foot stump. She's not one of those players that looks to play across the line as often as the other females do. Yes, she do at times, but not as often. Boyce is also a player that looks to play each ball on the merit. She looks to hit down the ground. She looks to go over the offside. She sometimes tug it across the onside. But these 2 batters at the crease, you have to bowl good lines, good lengths to them because you would pay.
Yeah, Amrita Ramtahal back into the attack, picked up that wicket of Hector. She was going great guns and really slowed down the progress of Leeward Islands with that wicket. Looked at one point as if they would get up easily to that 150 mark, the way she was batting.
Yeah, when you look at the 2 batters at the top for the Leeward Islands, and And Joseph and Hector. And then you look at these two players that are at the crease now. Trying to go down the gong, only finding the edge is boys. Another wicket for Ramtahal. Slow into the pitch. Only finding the edge. Good catch by Brittany Cooper. There at backcourt point.
Not the first time I've seen boys dismissed in the tournament in that fashion. Getting a top edge to the fielder on the offside, looking to take it to the leg side. Probably would have been better served. She had the width. Just tried to get that ball over the infield on the offside. Instead of that, she was looking to take it to the leg side, or to straight rather. So boys is dismissed. Leeward Islands in search of quick runs, try and get them up to that 150. I've seen a dent in their progress to do that. New batter, Kimberly Anthony now.
It's more acceptable from boys at this point doing that, because this is the 18th over now, and you're expecting that your batters will try to accumulate as much runs as possible. So we'll kind of accept that a bit, because she's looking to go over the boundary. But it was a good delivery from Ramtahal. Slow into the pitch.
Yeah, certainly not saying no buys there from Sao. Not what you want. And it just gets into the boundary now. So 4 runs that they should not have gotten there from Leeward Islands. But what I'm saying, Kesrick, I don't mind her attempting to play a big shot. But the better option for me would have been to try and take it to the offside, because she got the length and she got the width as well. It sat up nicely. She was just looking to take it to her favorite area. So Shanisha Hector, who's usually a big leg side hitter, had a similar delivery and crashed it to the offside.
Yeah, she also came down the pitch, but pulling herself away from that delivery as well. Yeah, wide again. But I was saying something before the wicket of boys. Looking at the two batters at the top, in Kiana Joseph and Hector, and looking at herself, Boyce and Claxton, they're more technically sound. Even though Hector and Joseph is packed with that power that can smash it over the boundary pretty easily, they're still sometimes a little bit restricted in terms of playing through the offside and going straight down the ground. Both batters likes to hit it over the leg side boundary. So they are leg side dominant, where you find more Claxton looking to hit the ball straight, looking to sweep the ball, playing the ball to the offside. For me, I think she's more technically sound, but with the opening partnership that you will get from Hector and Joseph at the top in these sort of tournaments, who would blame you? And that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Going to the offside nicely is Claxton. Definitely deserve a 4. But not enough power on that occasion. Really nicely played, Stacey.
Yeah, top shot from Claxton. Could have been 4, but the slow outfield. And that's what I've been saying. A delivery on the line of the off stump. The field is up in the circle. All you have to do is pick the gap. And Claxton did that well.
Just one delivery and this over to go. Going down the ground is Clarkson. Will not get enough legs to get to the boundary. Good work there by Sugrim. Uh, 57 dot balls in this game already. This is something that we mentioned ever since the start of this tournament, that have been really hitting the tournament hard, is the dot balls. See a lot of dot balls today from from Joseph. Not something we're accustomed to.
Yeah, you look at Ramnath figures. It paints a picture, really. She's gone for 22 runs from her 4 overs and 15 dot balls. So 22 runs came off 7 balls from her. Imagine if they had managed to score off 10 more of those deliveries from Ramnath.
It just goes to say that she bowled most of her overs in the top, and most of those were probably boundary balls. And she's going over the leg side. It's Claxton, power and aggression. 6 runs from Claxton. The score is 130 now for 5, Stacey.
Not just power and aggression, brilliant use of the feet from Claxton, dancing down the pitch well, getting our dancing shoes on there. Kesrick, you mentioned dancing in the commentary box the last time, and getting the full maximum for that one.
I mentioned Claxton earlier, and we're seeing not just glimpse, but we're seeing what she can do. Reverse sweep. Not just power. Not just power, Stacey, but innovation as well from Claxton. Really good stuff here from her.
Ingenuity at its finest from Jazara Claxton. Bringing out the switch hit and getting a maximum as well. Such as the power on that shot as well, Kesrick. That was brilliant, stupendous from Jazara Claxton to get it over the rope.
Probably only the second female in this tournament we're seeing playing the switch hit. Saw that from Mangru out of Guyana. This is good. Trying to go down the ground again. Straight to Kirby, not enough bat onto it. She's finishing the innings nicely here for the Leeward Islands. I hope I don't say too much about her because I know the commentator curse can creep in. But I hope it doesn't.
Yeah, putting our team in a good position. She's a skipper today, Jazara Claxton, to go on to win this game. That's what they want to do first. Whatever bonus points they can get from the bowling, they'll take that and then keep an eye on that match, Jamaica versus Guyana, later on today at 2:30. No guesses for who they'll want to win that match this afternoon, Kesrick? Guyana versus Jamaica. Yeah, I think the teams coming into this match, mentioned all 5 teams in the reckoning to make the final. I think that they'll be hoping that that match between Guyana and Jamaica, Guyana stays on top and beat Jamaica.
Well, today is packed with entertainment. Leewards definitely have to win this game and win this game well. And then sit at the hotel or probably stay at the ground and try to look at that game with Jamaica. We know who they want to win in that game. If I'm in the Leewards team, I know I want to win as well. Score is 127 for 5. Sugrim with ball in hand now. How good was she throughout the tournament, Stacey? Through the mid-wicket region is Anthony. Putting Claxton on strike. The preferred batter on strike now for the Leewards. Yeah, Steffi Sugrim. 12 dot balls. I haven't really picked up a wicket today, but this is really good returns from her. Someone that Trinidad would be looking to for years to come in females cricket. When someone like Anisia Mohammed decides to hang that hat up, she's definitely someone that you have to look at. Packing that offside field is Zanesia. Down the ground is Claxton. Not really making good connection. Looking for two. They just settle for one. Just thinking that every delivery that Anthony faced should be a free hit for her. She should look to go over the boundary. Look for a boundary. It's Kimberly. Down the go again. Would only be a single.
Yeah, she has the capability to hit the ball very long, Kimberly Anthony. I've seen it numerous times. Looks to go straight. Just managed to get a single and get Claxton on strike. She'll be looking to finish it with probably 3 boundaries for her team.
Down the pitch again, but throwing it wide is Sugrim. Smart from her. They're looking for 2. Would they get 2? Nobody's backing up at the stump. It wasn't a bad show by Joseph, but there was no one backing up the stump. Everybody on the cover, well, on the 25-yard circle did not move. Easy 2 for the Leeward Islands, putting Claxton back on strike.
Yeah, Kimberly Anthony was always coming back for that second to get Claxton on strike, even if it was going to be a sacrifice.
Down the ground again, hitting it hard. Ramtahal, diving effort from her. Dive just in front of Vincent to stop the boundary.
Yeah, intelligent bowling again from Steffi Sugrim, recognizing what the batter is trying to do and just throwing it wider from her. Luckily, Jazara Claxton manages to get bat onto it, but really smart bowling from Steffi Sugrim.
Dot to finish. Quicker one from Sugrim. Really well bowled from her. Throughout this tournament, she has been shining for Trinidad and Tobago. But 133 for 5 to end this first innings here from the Leeward Islands. Claxton, 32, played a captain's knock. Also to Hector, 40. Really well played by the Leeward Islands. I think this innings really show how deep their batting can be and how dominant they have been with bat in hand throughout this tournament. 132, as I just mentioned. Really well played from the Leeward Islands, Stacey.
Yeah, 133 on the board. They'll certainly take that Leeward Islands. A lot to do for Trinidad and Tobago. Their best score in this tournament is 114. And I think they'll want to quickly forget their last match being bowled out for 34 in that game versus Guyana. So a lot for them to do when we get back. Trinidad and Tobago in the hunt for a final, and Leeward Islands as well, looking to make a final. We'll be back here shortly in this Cricket West Indies T20 Blaze.
Well, in bright sunshine, Leeward Islands trod back onto the field with a total of 133 for 5. Trinidad and Tobago batters are already in the middle. The umpires are there and the Leeward Islands are taking their positions. We are here back at Arnoldville playing field where we have a battle between Trinidad and Tobago and Leewards. Somebody looking for a place in the finals. And with me is Stacey-Ann Adams. Stacey-Ann, last half. Your thoughts?
Yeah, both teams, as we mentioned, rightly so, looking for a place in the final. They've relinquished some points early on, though. They'll be looking to get as many as they can in this last innings, both teams with bat and ball respectively. And of course, winning is the best outcome to get that 6 points, get them close to Guyana, and then sit and wait for other results to go their way.
Well, Leeward Islands will be thinking differently as well. Hector, who had an exceptional, blast 40 up front. She would be having the ball in her hands to create another impact on this game with the ball. She did it with the bat. And for Trinidad and Tobago is Vincent and Saha. This Trinidadian name with the first delivery. Outside the off stump into the keeper's glove.
Yeah, Vincent back in today. The first game she scored a half century against Barbados. Since then, registered 2 ducks. Did not play the last game versus Guyana. Now she has a chance again to prove her worth at the top of the innings.
Well, she has a task on hand here to get 134. This one is off the legs. Some may seem like it just wrapped the pads. No signal from the umpire, so he just hit the edge.
Yeah,
so
she's off the mark. Sorry, she's off the mark, Vincent. She breathed a sigh of relief. Ken Roy, remember I mentioned the last 2 encounters that she batted in, did not score.
She got off the hat trick.
Certainly did.
There we go. One without loss, Trinidad and Tobago in reply to Leeward Islands, 134. Vincent just clearing getting off the mark. We have Saha. This one is short outside the off stump. Have a little pace on that one into the keeper's glove.
Yeah, you'll expect this from Shanisha Hector. She'll test out the middle of the wicket at some point in time with ball in hand. Sunil Sao, opening for the second time in this tournament, did so against Guyana in that game that they played against Guyana, bowled out for a very low total. So a second coming for her at the top. Ducking under it that time.
I like the attacking mode of the Leeward Island team. I like their top. They go hard in the power play. They have Vincent from Trinidad and Tobago and Saw here. Pretty young players, but the Leeward Islanders are a very attacking team, both batting and bowling. Hector here with the new ball, bowling a couple of short deliveries after Saha. Saha just plays that one comfortably, neatly down to backward point. So the attacking nature of the Leeward Island team, I like that about them. The only thing is that when it gets to the middle, they sort of fall away and not knowing how to go about it. That is what they have to get sorted out. Lose a little bit too much wickets in the middle. They're Stacey-Ann, and they just need to work on that aspect of the game. Running between the wickets as well. You need to look at that. They had a few run-outs in a couple of games that turned games on its head. Those things you have to look at. Little things they need to get right. But they're a good unit, the Leeward Islands team. Another dot delivery being bowled there. So a good start by Hector. First over, 1 run, no wicket.
Yeah, good over from Hector. Just a solitary run in that over. Trinidad and Tobago obviously will be searching for a lot more in this power play. Victory most important, of course.
The Trinidadian team they have bowled well as a unit. They have taken some good catches, they feel well, a few mistakes here and there. But this is the problem with the Trinidad team, in my opinion. Their batting needs to come together. They have not scored much runs in this tournament, and somebody needs to put their hand up today and bat and score runs for Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, agreed. And this will certainly be a test of what they can do with bat in hand. This is the highest total that's been amassed by any team in this tournament against Trinidad and Tobago.
So Clarkson starting with a dot delivery outside the off stump. And if they get that right today, they may be in with a chance to get to that finals against Guyana. Guyana has really secured their place when they beat Trinidad handsomely. They played a very, very professional game, Guyana. Short, and that one is pulled it somewhere in the air. I don't think Joseph would get to that, for sure. They get one, but a fortuitous edge there, just falling in no man's land. 2 without loss. Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, lucky break for Rachel Vincent. Getting that top edge, Jazara Claxton, but no one there to take the catch. Kimberly Anthony is to the far left of the umpire. Had she been in a square leg position, regular square leg position, would have taken that quite easily.
Short one, and she's back and punches it nicely through cover. She's gone for one. Nice looking shot. Didn't time it as well as she would love to, but she picks up 2 lovely runs. 2 lovely a pair of runs there. Good shot there by Saw.
Yeah, and that's what they'll also need to do, Trinidad and Tobago. Better than Leeward Islands. They have the ability, they can run much better, look to be much fitter than the opposition. So, yes, you may not be able to match them with boundary hitting, so do the other things right in your batting display. And running well certainly will help.
That's a wide delivery outside the some continuous stays here.
You go through the Trinidad and Tobago batting lineup, and from what I know, or from what I've seen, in terms of who has power in this lineup, I know Leanne Kirby could hit a big ball, Brittany Cooper, and Rachel Vincent. In fact, Rachel Vincent has hit the only 6s in this tournament for Trinidad and Tobago.
Open face, down to third man. Another single. And you've mentioned a couple of things that they need to look at. 120 balls you're facing, and they need to get 134 runs. In this format of the game, should be a rather easy total to chase. But we have seen the percentage of dot deliveries in this tournament, which have really escalated. And that's an issue. They just need to have a runner ball and hit the boundary balls, and they would get home safely. This time she's trying to go over the top. She clears mid-on and mid-off. It bounces 1, 2, 3 times in front of the rope. Picks up 2 more runs. Is Vincent.
It's an area that she'll look to target Vincent straight down the ground. Pack some power, as I mentioned. In the position that she gets into, you know that she'll be looking to target straight and to the leg side as well.
Trinidad hoping to get off to a flyer. Eased it on the back end. This time she's trying to go over mid-wicket, closing the face of the bat. Only finding the field at mid-on. That brings you over to an end. It's 8 without loss. Current run rate is 4, and the required run rate is 7. Trinidad and Tobago needs 126 from 18 overs. Sean is on 3 from 6. Vincent, she has 4 from 6. Another thing to look for in this game, Stacey, and that would make a difference, is the way that the teams are fielded, the opportunities which are presented, and when they will be taken. I like the way that the Leeward Islands have the field set. There's a slip, there's a backward point, there's also a square cover, short extra cover, a mid-off, short mid-on, a deep square leg, and a third man. Pretty attacking from the start. This one is down the leg side. It comes close to the fence, but I think the third man will get there. We'll throw back into the middle of the wicket. Wide signal by umpire, but so 3 runs to the total.
Yeah, certainly not where she should be bowling, Hector, given how the field is set. packed offside field. The skipper will be asking her to keep it on the line of the leg stump. You have that lone fielder on the onside square leg for that short delivery.
Play there by Shaw again. Looks very much comfortable with the pace, and her techniques look intact. Forward defensive stroke is pretty good. Her attacking shots, she moves nicely in the crease. Young talent. Shot outside the off stump. No signal from the umpire. Probably looking for a signal there. Is Shaw.
I was reaching for that one, Sunil Sao. Yes, 7 to field in favor of the offside. Signs you like to see from your fast bowler, I'm sure, Ken Roy?
Yes, I love to see this, man. Competitive. Bowl the ball into the wicket, let the batters look and play. Shot again outside here, some good pace into the keeper's glove. Something that is missing in West Indies cricket these days in all formats.
Yeah, well, if I can just see the replay on that one, look how close it finished to the off stump. It was short, but it kept moving into the batter. Really good delivery from Hector. Has the ability to bring it back in. Look at that. Look how close it finished. Yes, it bounced over, but that inward movement that time, slapping this one to the leg side, didn't get full control of it. Good running. We'll see them picking up too.
Well, this is what the Trinidad and Tobago team has to do. They have to work hard at running between the wickets, run the Leeward Islands team. In my opinion, they look the much fitter team. The Leeward Islands team is more on the heavier side, I should say. So they ought to do this very easily, Trinidad and Tobago. Leeward Islands is packed with a lot of power, so they have to play the opposite game, Stacey-Ann. Outsmart your opponents. But that's it. The thing is that is the Trinidadian team fit enough to do so?
I would think that they would think that they are fit enough to do that. We've seen good running so far between these two. Not a short delivery, this time called wide.
Umpire Maria taking that into account. Wide ball signal by the umpire. I think that went over the shoulder, and she shows that one over the shoulder as well. 13 without loss. Trinidad and Tobago replying to Leeward's. Station, if you have to pick anybody to win this game for Trinidad, who would it be? Batting.
And I think it needs to be a collective effort. Yes, in T20 cricket, sometimes you get that one batter having a good day and scoring a big score. But they'll need the other batters to come to the party, bat around that one batter. Brittany Cooper has the most runs for them so far in this tournament. You still need contributions throughout. Still need to form good partnerships, especially at the top.
Yeah, it should be a team effort, knowing that they have not batted well during the tournament. But I'm still looking for that individual who would come and place their hands up and say, I am the one to take you over the line today. They need that from somebody, two persons at least. In T20 cricket, you need not to go past 5 in the batting lineup. When you do that, that means you're struggling really. So Trinidad and Tobago, someone from the top order needs to bat through this innings if they are to surpass that score from Leeward's. Just another 120 from 17 deliveries. They've gone about their business rather quietly this morning. Saw and Vincent, 1 and 5, 1 and 4, Saw and 5. And the thing is that they've soaked up a couple of dot deliveries. It's okay. It's early days yet. But they need to get a move on and really keep themselves ahead of this game. Change of bowling. Outside the off stump. Flighted delivery from Leeward. She has been effective for Leeward's in this tournament so far.
Yes, certainly has. And if Trinidad and Tobago are to go on to win this game, they'll have to do something unlike what they've done in the tournament so far. You look at the strike rates for Trinidad and Tobago. Kanisha Isaacs has the best strike rate. She has scored 1 from 1 delivery. You go down the list and Rachel Vincent is next. Her strike rate is 89. So they have to score at more than a run a ball, and none of their batters have been able to do that in this tournament so far.
Well, 3 dot deliveries from Leeward so far. That tells you the story, as Stacey just related it to you live here. That is the issue in this tournament. The dot deliveries, batters not getting the ball away, hitting the gaps, and the spinners come into the attack and really tie the batters down, and they really don't have much answers. So Leeward in a 4th delivery. Again, another dot delivery outside here. Some just putting it in the right areas.
Yeah, and it's a good line to Vincent. Seems to prefer it very close to her. Taking it away from her is certainly a good option, and you've seen that from the 4 deliveries bowled by Leeward so far. Smart bowling.
This one has been hiked down to mid-on, comes around 1 bounce. She gets a single in the end. Ricochet from the stumps.
Yeah, I mentioned Brittany Cooper, the highest run scorer for Trinidad and Tobago. 3rd on the most runs list so far. Chanel Henry at the top with 173. When you look at the difference in the strike rate, 173, a strike rate of 160. Kiana Joseph with 144 runs, and her strike rate is below 100. Brittany Cooper, 3rd with 96. Her strike rate is below 65.
This time is a straighter delivery. Leeward thought she had her there. But umpire says not out. Seems to be heading down the leg from my vantage point a little bit. There we go. Pitching and going down leg. Yes, it's going down leg. Good decision by the umpire. Overcomes, and then it's 15 without loss. 4 overs completed. Dot delivery is a problem here again. Continues to plague Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, not just them. You say, I think all of the teams in the tournament will say they've been guilty of piling on dot balls in this tournament. The best, perhaps in terms of a 50 over, a 20 over, full 20 over game played in terms of limited dot balls is Jamaica against Barbados. 58 dot balls in that innings against Barbados.
That percentage is way too high still, Stacey, and in a T20 game. But that's the best we have so far. And it's something that has plagued this women's tournament for a couple of years. Something we need to look at, although there are plans in place, things in place to change it. They have to make the effort to change that, the players. They have to bring their standards up so that we could compete at that level, international level. If we don't do that, then we would always be at the bottom of the table, struggling. This one is cut straight to her backward point. She missed 4 in the previous over. And the first delivery from Edwards, she cut it straight back to backward point. An easy catch taken. Wicket number 1 has gone for Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, I mentioned that. A good length, a good line to Rachel Vincent, who doesn't really get close enough to those deliveries. And it was always going to be aerially, played aerially, and it went straight to Claxton. Not the fielder you want to pick out. One of the best fielders in this match in this tournament for Leeward Islands, Jazara Claxton.
Yeah, easy work, light work, therefore the fielder straight to her. As you said, one of the better fielders in this tournament. Better woman fielder around in cricket as well. 15 for 1. And not the start Trinidad and Tobago was looking for, but based on the history so far in this tournament, you have seen that on several occasions. They have not batted well as a team, Trinidad and Tobago. They have bowled well, they have fielded well, but once you put runs on the board, they find it difficult to score because of that issue of dot deliveries. And it continues to plague them here this morning, 15 for 1. They're into the 5th over.
And Janaba Joseph, new batter now. Did well in the Super 50. Now here in this T20 blaze, unable to get going.
Well, immediately, the spinners into the attack and everything has gone quiet. Run rate is 3.60. They need a required rate of 7.52 way off, that is. Again, there's a loud appeal. A finger goes up. She's out caught behind. Double strike here for Edwards. And Leeward's Kakahoo in here on the Arnisville playing field in bright sunshine. Trinidad have lost wicket number 2.
Yeah, much closer delivery to the batter this time, Amanda Edward, compared to how she got Vincent dismissed. Janaba Joseph in a position to drive. And Boys taking a catch behind the stump. Trinidad and Tobago certainly looks as if they won't be able to get a bonus point. They had to get to 42 runs. Leeward Islands, on the other hand, though, will need one more wicket to get a bonus point in this phase.
And they should get another bonus point if they bowl the Trinidadians out as well. So they could have 2 bonus points at the end of this game. And the way things have started, seems as though they're going to get it. But I think it's Brittany Cooper comes in here. Brittany Cooper, she's trying to deny the Leeward Islanders of that. She's the chief scorer for Trinidad and Tobago. They need her to be at the wicket as long as possible to bring this game home for them. But double strike by Edwards so far for Leewards. She has 2 for none. From 2 deliveries, she's on a hat trick here at Arnisville. You have seen this on a couple of occasions this tournament. Hat-trick delivery to Brittany Cooper. 15 for 2. A slip. Backward point cover. Short extra cover. Fine leg. Short mid-wicket. Short delivery pulled down to mid-on. She gets a single Cooper immediately.
Yeah, hat-trick evaded. Drag down delivery from Amanda Edwards. Had the slip and pay. Needed to find that similar length to what she got bowled against Janaba Joseph. And Brittany Cooper is off the mark as well.
Short delivery pulled to square leg. Not finding the gap. If that had found the gap, it would have raced off the playing field for 4. But again, another issue here. Playing some lovely shots, but just finding the fielders in the way.
Yeah, another difference in the 2 teams as well. Those sorts of deliveries, you saw Hector taking them beyond the rope.
Poor hitting of the Leeward's team. Single, easy single taken there by those 2 batters. Leeward Islands, not the smoothest and quickest of movers, the fielders, the players on the field. So an easy single taken to mid-wicket, 17 for 2. Edwards bowling a productive over here. Very successful already in the 2 deliveries. Leeward Islands. This one is pulled through mid-wicket, all along the ground. Another single by for Cooper. That brings over number 5 to an end. It's 18 for 2. Power play have been completed. And they're falling short by 1 wicket, Stacey. Still 1 over. So the required run rate is 7.73. Sorry. And the running rate is 3.60. 5 overs completed. So she's on 6. And Cooper is on 2 from 2. Trinidad and Tobago need to up things here in this tournament, in this game, to pose a serious threat to Leewards in this game. Cooper is on strike. 18 for 2. Flighted delivery, lovely driven, lovely drive there to mid-off. Straight to the fielder again, not finding the gap. 116, 14.5 overs. Leeward. She's in. Outside the off, some cut beautifully to backward point. This one we get to the fence. It does now. 4 runs to Cooper. Lovely shot as welcome back, Keswick Williams. Welcome to the second half of this game, and you're in when there was one of the better shots being played here by Cooper.
Well, it's a good welcome, Martin. Good shot behind behind point from Cooper, which is one of the more technically sound players in this tournament, I would say, but just haven't really scored a lot of runs. Usually run out of partners in this Trinidad and Tobago lineup.
Wide delivery down the leg stump, continue Heswick. 22 for 2. Trinidad would love to have her up until about 15 overs in this game.
Yeah, something that I've noticed about her, she haven't really played to her expectation, I would say, but she is technically sound. I haven't really scored a lot of runs. Not the best of strike rate, I must admit. Usually hits the ball well, but most of the time hit it straight to a fielder. So looking to play across the line this one. Not also the umpire. Yeah, good decision going down the line of the leg stump.
Yeah, so the spinners, Leeward, really putting a stronger hold on the Trinidad batters so far. Taking wickets and bowling tightly. Dot deliveries again. Another dot delivery by Leeward. 24 for 2. Brilliant sunshine here at Arnisville. Clouds have disappeared. So, power play concluded 24 for 2. Trinidad and Tobago in reply to Leeward Islands 134. Shah Hector, 2. No wicket, 2 overs, 10 runs, 10 dot deliveries, 7 runs. So you see the amount of dot deliveries being piled up by these bowlers in this inning so far already. So 30 balls have been bowled, 24 runs have been scored. They have lost 2 wickets. In those efforts from the Leeward Island team, power play have come to an end. Change in feel as well.
Just something I'm wondering, Martin, is just wondering if the coaches had conversations with their team before coming out to bat or bowl, knowing what is required, knowing that the bonus point system is still in place and what they can do to get over that line to get into the finals. Just wondering if that conversation has been had with the teams before coming out to play today.
I do hope so. Certain things probably would have been said, but just not coming to fruition. Both teams are playing. Stan is hiked over mid-wicket for another single. Good feeling there by that fielder running around Maynard. Good throw as well. So some good exhibition of cricket here. Fielding, throwing, batting. 27 for 2. Again, full delivery. Stroked it straight to the man at mid-off. No run. 27 for 2. Still that little problem of finding the gap. Find the gap. Packed offside field. This one is cut straight to the fielder again. Not feeling it cleanly. A single been taken there by the 2 batters. So a little grease in the hands of Leeward at cover. Brings Coop on strike. She's sweeping, missing completely into the keeper's glove. Oh, how that missed that stump. Ooh, coat of paint. Over comes to an end, 28 for 2. 7 overs completed.
Yeah, I've seen her being dismissed on a couple of occasions with that sweep shot. The last game as well. She's definitely the most accomplished batter in this team. So she has to find a way to start to score runs, because they will definitely need her to do so. A lot of teams haven't really put their hands up to get bonus points in this tournament. Just wondering if the coaches had conversations with the teams before they come out to play about getting bonus points, or it's just a matter of them winning the games.
So, just stroking it in the gap. Another single. This time she found the gap. 29 for 2. Trinidad really need to get a move on here if they ought to get to that existing total. Just another 105 runs to get. Shot pulled.
She just haven't been getting her timing right all tournament, is Cooper. Most of the times playing some really good shot, but straight to the fielders. Haven't been picking the gaps. Saw obviously not the most powerful player. The intent is there to score.
Lovely sweep again by Shaw, but straight to the fielder. Another dot delivery. 30 for 2. She really played that nicely. If it went left or right of that fielder, would have been a bit more than what she got. Now she's pulling it again straight to the fielder. Knocked down there. Good hands. She gets a single this time. Over comes to an end. It's 31 for 2. 8 overs completed here at Arnesville in the West Indies T20 Women's Blast Tournament here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Trinidad and Tobago. First game on the penultimate day against the Leeward Islands. Both teams trying to get to that finals with Guyana. They are 31 for 2. Leeward Islands putting up a total of 134.
Yeah, they're probably one of the teams that I think were really consistent throughout this tournament.
Dot delivery to start the 9th over. Record run rate goes up now to 8.58.
Just think that this Trinidad team usually soak up too much dot balls, but pulling this time straight to the fielder at mid-wicket. Kimberly Anthony, easy catch, another wicket for the skipper. Well, the vice skipper in this game. It was short, but not a lot of power from Saw. Only could have found the field at short mid-wicket in Kimberly Anthony, easy catch for her. Another wicket goes down for Trinidad and Tobago. The score is now 31 for 3.
Well, similar things we talked about earlier. Bad delivery. She got into position, but just couldn't find the gap. Hit it straight into the fielder hand at mid-wicket. Didn't have to move, really. And if she had gotten that left or right, she would have gotten some runs. But unfortunately, she has to go back to the pavilion. Trinidad and Tobago now 31 for 3. So it goes back for 11 from 25. Cooper is still there, 9 from 8. So that brings Kirby to the crease. Both players have some experience here for Trinidad and Tobago. Both, I think, played for West Indies as well. Required run rate is 8.85. The run rate is 3.72. Brittany Cooper. Another dot delivery to start proceedings here to the new batter. So in the match so far, we had 12 fours, 5 sixes. And Edwards continue to stifle these batters here from Trinidad and Tobago. She has 2.5 overs, 7 runs, and picked up 3 wickets to pick off the bowler so far. Excellent spell from her so far. This time she's been hammered down the ground. 1-2 bounces over the ropes into the fence for 4. Kirby saying, I'm not having any more of this. And pounced on that one a little bit too close to her as well. And it went over the fence flying. Trinidad and Tobago pick up their first 4 in about 5 to 6 overs from my liking. Good shot there, straight back, down to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, it was too full on that occasion. Young Kirby gladly accepted that one. Down the ground she went. Boastfully as well, walking towards Cooper. A little bit of glove action. Happy opening up her account with a boundary. It's Kirby.
Yeah, somebody has to take it to the Leeward Island bowlers. Somebody has to take it to them. 9 overs completed. It's 35 for 3. You gotta go hard or go home. That's the saying. So Leeward will be continuing. She has bowled 3 overs so far for 10. Excellent returns. Can't complain about that. She hasn't gotten anything in the wicket column. Cooper is now chipping. She gets that pass. It was Joseph, I think, there. Kimberly goes into the fence for 4. So back-to-back 4 so far for Trinidad and Tobago here to finish the 9th over and to start the 10th. 39 for 3.
Yeah, it was definitely a badly lined delivery. A play off Brittany Cooper. Quality will not miss out on those. They have changed the field now, asking Anthony to stay on the boundary. It's a deep mid-wicket, deep square leg boundary, that is. Yeah, so they now have a deep square leg, deep mid-wicket, long on, and a sweep field on the boundary. Change of field again, asking that fielder that it was placed at third man to come up fine leg now. Pulling is Brittany Cooper out to the field at deep mid-wicket. Just a single.
Yeah, need much more than that. Here, Trinidad and Tobago got 2 back-to-back boundaries in previous deliveries. They are 40 for 3. Somebody has to take the bull by its horn, attack the bowling for the Leeward Islanders. Run rate is required now is 8.5, 8.95. Passes the field at third man. It goes close to the fence. It goes over the ropes now. Misjudgment on that fielder's part, and it goes over the rope for 4.
Yeah, dealing in boundaries is Kirby. Looking to cut that one behind backward point, but find the edge, a thick edge, I would say, passing the field at third man in Maynard. Had enough legs to get over the boundary as well. 4 runs to Trinidad and Tobago, 4 runs to Kirby. Kirby going over, trying to go over the infield, just one bounce, just inside the 25-yard circle. Just a single. Good work by Claxton.
You're liking the attitude of Kirby here. Trinidad and Tobago needs some momentum in their innings. Kirby has 9 from 5, playing a little cameo here. Cooper, 14 from 11. They need a partnership between them to get Trinidad over the line. Experience should do that. She's sweeping that. She's out caught. Beautiful catch. It was pitched on her legs. Cooper went for the sweep. She's asking the umpire if the catch is clean, but it was a wonderful catch taken by her. The umpire will confirm that. But a beautiful catch taken there at short, fine leg. And the umpire he put the judging finger up. She's out. So Trinidad have lost wicket number 4, that of Cooper, by excellent catch there at fine leg, short fine leg.
Yeah, it was wonderful. Good grab. Cooper was there for a bit, wondering if it was close enough. The umpire was wondering as well. But they made a good decision, the right decision. She grabbed it in the end. Cooper has to go. She's gone for 14. The score now is 45 for 4. We'll take a little bit of a jinx break here, and we'll be back to continue coverage in the West. Yeah, so we're back here at the Arnisville playing field to continue proceedings here in the West Indies Women T20 Blaze Tournament for those who are just joining. Yeah, Kirby just panking that one down the ground to get things going. Just before the break, we saw the wicket of Brittany Cooper. Wonderful catch by the bowler herself in Maynard. Speaking about wonderful, I have a wonderful lady here in the come box with me to continue proceedings here. Stacey, how are you doing?
I'm doing fine, Kesrick. Quite flattering, quite an introduction from you there.
Well, it's only honesty here in the come box. That's what we do.
Yeah, spectacular grab from Maynard, who has a knack of picking up wickets when she gets the ball in hand.
Yeah, just helping that one behind square leg is Anisia Mohammed. Likes to get things underway. Speaking about underway, Sunday's Mother's Day, Stacey. What are you doing on Mother's Day?
I'll be here on Mother's Day. I already bought my mother a gift very early.
Mom is gifted with me.
Wow.
Going down the ground again is Kirby. Likes to go down the ground. The good thing about her is like she likes to hit the ball straight. She's not that type of player that likes to go across the line. So that's a good thing, wanting to hit the ball straight. But she usually just hits the ball when it's full. When it's in the pitch, she don't really look to score that much. Oh, nicely played by Anicia. Good return from Claxton. Such a good feeler is Claxton. You don't want to hit it too close to her.
Yeah, better throw perhaps, or even with a cleaner gather from the keeper, would have seen Kirby shot. Mention how great she is in the field, Jazara Claxton. And that's how Anisia Mohammed would operate. She would look to walk the ball around and pick up the singles. But that one could have been dangerous for them with a better gather or even a more accurate throw.
Well, they have been picking up wickets and they look like they're in firm control here at the Leeward Islands. Scored 133 in this game. Trying to go full again. Down the ground is Kirby. Not enough to even get to the fielder. Not a lot of connection on that shot. But a single to finish the over. Kirby regains strike. The score is 50 for 4.
Just getting a message there from Afi Fletcher asking about her gift for Mother's Day. I'll say to her, if she manages to somehow miraculously make the final, I'll look to see what I can get her for Mother's Day. What do you say about that, Kesrick? Fair enough?
I think it's a fair trade. Yeah, get the Windward Islands to the finals, Afi. And then Mother's Day is yours.
And I'll also say to her, her gift is her wonderful son, Audie. So there you go, Afi. You can't get better than that as a gift.
Yeah, slower delivery on the line of the pads. It's Claxton. Bowling her second over here. Smart bowler. So asking the fielder out there deep mid wicket to come a bit squarer. Just thinking perhaps she could push back her now vice captain at long off instead of having her at mid off. The fact that she likes to go straight Kirby. Pushing that one into the pitch, quicker delivery. Good work there by Saxana, who's now at backward point.
Yeah, you're seeing good planning from Leeward Islands, planning on the go, understanding what the batter is doing and adapting accordingly. Kirby loves to go straight. They recognize that early. Now they're just bowling on the off stump, or that time she pitched it up closer on the middle stump, but took pace off of it. So good adaptability being shown by Leeward Islands in this bowling innings.
Yeah, looking at Claxton, I think she's definitely one of those players that the West Indies can look to for the future. She looks like she understands what she's doing. Really good all-rounder. Before her batting today, we did mention that we saw a glimpse of her batting throughout the tournament, and she came today and finished the game well for the Leeward Islands. Well, the innings, I would say, for the Leeward Islands. Just remember, she's a captain for today's game. In the pitch again is Claxton. Just a single. And she's gone. Not enough speed from Anisia Mohammed. I was just saying it's an easy single. She really didn't push for it. Something that we say over the tournament that we want the females to push for the first run. Good work here from the fielder. Throwing it to the right end. Leeward, it looks like. Really good. Right at the stump, picking up that one. Don't have to think twice, the umpire. She's gone. Really, not really being aware of the situation this time. Anisia Mohammed, she has to go. She has to walk back.
perhaps would have been thinking with the ball closer to the striker's end where she was, the fielder in Leeward maybe would have been looking to throw it there. And as you mentioned, really good awareness from Leeward, seeing where the run out was, keeping her calm, throwing it. A really good throw as well, under bunks to Jazara Claxton, who was there waiting, backing up well, taking it, and effecting the run out. Excellently done. Good teamwork from Leeward Islands.
Yeah, look at how close her hand was to the stump.
Almost chopping.
Almost chopping it on. Yeah, not looking for it to come to her end is Anisi Muhammad. But look at how close her hands were to the stump. So not a lot of movement that she has to make when she collect the ball. Yeah, into the pitch again, quicker delivery.
Really good skills from Jazara Claxton in that over. Mixed up her lengths, varied her pace well also. At the end of 12, Leeward with Trinidad and Tobago women 51 for 5. So in this phase of the game, Kesrick, Leeward Islands, yes, they'll probably be thinking to win the game, then sit and watch to see what happens in that match versus Jamaica and Guyana, and then Barbados versus Windward Islands as well. But in this phase of the game, they will do themselves so much good if they can pick up 4 wickets in this period. They've already managed to pick up 2. Or 3, I beg your pardon, 5 wickets going down. So pick up 1 more wicket before the 16th over, before the end of the 15th over, I beg your pardon, and they'll be able to pick up a bonus point.
Well, 43 dot balls so far in this innings. 73 deliveries bowled. Just managed to score off 30 deliveries, Stacey. Again, the dot balls is just continuing to be a part of this tournament heavily. Just a single down the ground from Kirby.
Yeah, I'm sure it's something that the think tank of Cricket West Indies will be keeping a keen eye on and looking to implement areas or aspects that can help this dot ball percentage.
Yeah, I think what they can do to help the dot ball percentage is probably put point system where if you bat less dot balls, you get points for that. The point system have been helping. This could be a quick single. Yes, it is. Throw to the non-striker end from Boyce. But that is something that they can do. That's why I said that we really would have loved to have a graphic here so that the folks who are looking on, watching the stream, they can see how teams can get bonus points throughout this game, whether it's fielding, batting, or bowling, so that they'll understand how important the bonus points is to teams. Yeah, this one is full on the line of the leg stump. Kirby just flicking it down to the fine leg boundary. Would it get there? Really good work from Saxena. But they would get 3. Yeah, good running between the wickets by both batters.
Yeah, just tossed up on the line of the leg stump, got some bat onto it, just helping it behind square. Kirby and good running between these two of the oldest members in this Trinidad and Tobago lineup, showing the young ones how to do it, running well. Yeah, I agree with you there, Kesrick. Yes, they'll want to look to probably implement that extra bonus point for dot balls. You see that in the breakout T20 league. Bonus point to minimize the dot ball percentage. But there are also bonus points for different phases of the game. 13 overs bowled 57 for 5, and a number of the teams have not capitalized on them, namely that power play. Not a lot of the teams have been able to pick up the bonus point batting, that is, for that power play. Windies Islands did that. They scored 43 without loss in their power play, but most of the teams have picked up a bonus point bowling in that phase. Number of teams losing 3 wickets or more in the power play. So it's something that has to be addressed. Maybe, yes, to incentivize the teams by adding the bonus points for dot balls will be one way, but something that certainly needs to be addressed domestically, tactically and technically as well, in terms of the skills of the players. Need to be able to maneuver the balls in vacant areas to pick up singles at will.
Yeah, and I like the fact that you mentioned the Windies Islands as well, because the only time they did it was when they changed the batters at the top. Crafton and Glasgow. So both batters played pretty well. So this is something good for the Windies Islands in the sense that they understand what they need at the top and who can do it for them. Just wondering if it's a bit too late. I guess it is. Oh, that's the kind of effort that you want your bowlers to put in the pitch. I can remember having a coaching session with a bowling coach in England, and usually mentioned that when fast bowlers fall over like that, it's good because you could see the added effort. They want to hit the pitch hard. It's good from Clarkson. I think she's someone that the West Indies selectors need to look into. West Indies head coach as well. Assistant coaches who are looking on at this tournament. Good slower delivery from her. Oh, this is good. This is good, Stacey.
Yeah, and I mentioned it before, and I'll say it again. I have admired how she's bowled in this tournament. I've seen her before bowl a number of wides, but she has grown in terms of her control in this tournament, bowling more accurately to the batters.
Oh, good Yorker, good Yorker. Definitely would be in my 11 for this tournament, Stacey. But I want to ask a question. If we are to select an 11, or let's just say a 13-player squad from this tournament, would it be based upon just who has the most runs, or players that you see that actually did well in the tournament and could perform at the international level, or it's just based on who has the most runs, and finding the edge? Is Alexander run away to the boundary before boys couldn't get enough hands to even take the catch?
Yeah,
full welcome boundary.
Just narrowly missing the glove there. Right hand of Renice Boyce. Almost grabbed it. That's 4 runs. 2 Trinidad and Tobago. Much needed boundary for them. But you're asking me the question, Kesrick, and I'll swing it back to you. How would you go about doing it?
We're on a seesaw battle here, Stacey. But for me, I would definitely select players that I think can do well at the international level and not just who came in this tournament and who just perform. Because there are some players that may score runs in this tournament, but when you look at how they score runs, you have to think about it. You have to reconsider. Or even bowlers who picked up probably a 4 wicket, 5 wickets, 6 wickets in a game. You have to then reconsider how they took their wickets. But when you look at someone who picked up probably 2 wickets and how she went about bowling, and if this talent can survive at the international level, because if you're looking at players to select to go above, to make that transition to international cricket, you must see something inside of them that will be able to perform at the international level.
Yeah, well, also apart from the technical skills, because I've seen a number of batters in the tournament technically sound but just unable to push on and score runs. Mindset and temperament has to come into play as well, because you don't want to take a batter who's technically sound, you put her to play at the international level, and then she doesn't have that sort of mindset to go on and score runs. So there's also that added factor as well.
And when you look at someone like a Josiah Claxton who's really good with the ball, who's electric in the field, and is really a sight to see with the bat. We saw that today. We have been seeing glimpses of it throughout the tournament, but mind you, we saw that today. She's someone that I think that the West Indies cricketers can start to look into, to probably play that all-rounder role, batting at about number 6, 7, 8 around there, because you would get her to bowl that new ball, and mind you, she seems to weigh the ball to the right-hander as well. Good slow ball. I think she's really a complete player, sorry.
Yeah, well, judging from what has happened in the past, I'll say that she's there in the reckoning. She's played for under 19 West Indies, and she's also featured in the West Indies A team as well. Josiah Claxton.
The writing is on the wall, Stacey. Think you should give him a selecting cap now, Stacey?
That's the next cap you're looking for, Kesrick?
Nah. I'm very happy in the combox. I like it up here. Nice AC. Nice spring water as well. And your lunch has been delivered to you. How good can that be?
Yeah, 68 for 3. 3 more deliveries for Leeward Islands to try and pick up another wicket and get a bonus point for this phase. And is this it? This one is hit high in the air, but no one is able to get to it. Hector was coming in off the boundary. Davronik Maynard running towards it, and it lands in no man's land in the end.
Yeah, no distance, only elevation. No one couldn't get there. Falls inside the 25-yard circle.
Now Hector is in the circle at mid-off.
Yeah, cutting is Alexander out there just in front of point. Leeward doing chase. So they're firmly in front here, I would say, the Leeward Islands. Going down the ground again is Kirby. It didn't go anywhere. It did not go anywhere. Straight up in the air again. Maynard with the celebration. The chainsaw is out. Top edge. Slower for Maynard. Leon Kirby has to go. Easy catch for Maynard.
Good high hands from her. Was able to take the rebound. And that's it for Leeward Islands. They managed to pick up that bonus point from over 7 to 15 to add to their charge to get to the final of this tournament on Sunday. Of course, they'll have to keep an eye on other games to come, but they're certainly putting themselves in the best position possible.
Yeah, definitely. Just wish that the camera crew can get me that celebration again. Because I mentioned it was a chainsaw celebration, but it wasn't. It's more like the rock and roll celebration. Not sure if Stacey know any rock music or any rock artists.
Of course I do, Kesrick. I know a lot. I listen to even one of my favorite rock bands of all time is Queen. Do you know Queen?
Queen of England.
No longer Queen of England, King now. But Queen has that famous song a lot of teams celebrate to, We Are the Champions. I'm sure you know that one.
I only know one champion song.
Well, there are 2 famous champion songs, but a number of teams for a number of years have celebrated too. We Are the Champions by Queen, and of course DJ Bravo coming in with his champion song as well. Anthem for the Caribbean in terms of champion songs. Hector now with ball in hand.
Yeah, good start from her.
New batter as well, Samara Ramnath. It was always going to be difficult, as I mentioned, for Trinidad and Tobago to get up to this target of 134.
Yeah, not how they have really batted throughout the tournament.
Yeah, none of their main batters have been striking above 100 in this tournament.
Yeah, and it's not that they don't have good batters. They do have good batters. Technically sound batters as well. But none of the batters really pack that strength, that power to really get it over the boundary. Someone like a Ramnath, who I think is really good, on the 19 skipper, don't really have that power. Even saw she opened the batting today. I think she opened the batting a couple of games ago as well. Technically sound, but don't really have that power. Wow, that would have been a stunner. That would have been a stunner from Joseph. It was a good shot. It was in the air for a while, pulling away herself, trying to get some room to hit it to the offside. Joseph, I think she saved the boundary.
Well, there's a fielder there on that cover boundary. It was hit hard, yes, but to her strong side, Kiana. Left side, almost pulling off a blinder. We've seen a number of those in the tournament. Not sure who you'll pick as the best one so far, Kesrick.
Definitely Latchman. Finding the edge is Ramnath. Yeah, definitely Latchman. It's either Latchman for me or Retimaya. That diving forward catch from Retimaya and that one-hand stunner from Latchman.
What about the one from Shamilia Connell? It's hit hard back to her. Just managed to put her hand down.
Yeah, but still gonna give it to Latchman. It was hit hard. Going down the ground again. Not enough bat. Easy catch again. Using the pitch. Slow into the pitch from Hector. Not enough bat onto it. Alexander. She has to go. Another wicket for the Leeward Islands. Really taking charge of things here in the West Indies Women T20 Blaze Tournament.
Just holding on by the fingertips that time, Melissa Clark. Almost bubbling out. But holding on to give them their 7th wicket, and they edge even closer to another bonus point, Leeward Islands. They want to get into the final to give themselves a chance to win their first tournament ever in the history of Cricket West Indies T20 Blaze of Super 50. I welcome you, Kenroy Martin.
Yes, I'm back. And Leeward Islands edging even closer to victory here. 72 for 7. Trinidad and Tobago struggling, 15.5 overs. Just losing the last batter. So Samaru now comes to the crease. She joins Ramnath.
Starts with a short one. Hector to Samaru. Called wide by umpire Maria Abbott. A bit too short. Testing out the middle of the pitch, but these batters are very short in stature.
So a good game being played there by Leewards thus far. This one is a fuller delivery. Straight through the defense of Samaru. That brings you over to an end. 73 for 7. Leeward Islands in full control of this game. Another 24 deliveries to go. 61 runs to get.
Yeah, I know she has one more over remaining in her spell, Hector, but I must say I've been impressed with the way she has bowled, particularly at the back end of the innings. If you go back to that game versus Windies Islands, bowled a number of Yorkers, slower deliveries as well, really showing her skills at the back end and at the top of as well.
Those things ought to be executed in a game after being practiced. So that is good to see from the players. One is driven up to short extra cover.
Yeah.
73 for 7.
Jamaica looking on, probably saying to themselves, yes, they have to win the game, but hoping that Trinidad and Tobago don't give Leeward Islands another bonus point. Make it harder for them. Yes, they're on 23 points. A win for Jamaica will take them to 29, but any bonus points added will get them up to the 30s. Clean pick-up and throw was needed there from Hector. And probably would have seen young Samara Ramnath in some trouble. Instead, they managed to pick up 2.
Yeah, I think I like the pressure from Ramnath here on the feelers. She's looking to push it on, trying to get as much runs as possible, and I like that about her. She picks up 2 runs.
She's hitting and running for everything now. That time a direct hit. We wait to see if she made it. Yes, she did. Using the advantage was that she used her feet to come down the track, so she already had a head start, Kenroy.
Yeah, good cricket here by Ramnath. Thinking beyond her age, really. And some good pressure being placed on the Leeward Island feelers. Have to be careful with this. Ramnath could take it away from them as well, but it's a long way away.
Yeah, looking at the replay, she was actually short, Kenroy. Luckily for her, umpire Maria Abbott.
That's why you have the third umpire.
Yeah, it's something that I mentioned needs to be implemented for future tournaments. At least that have enough, you can see that you have enough from the camera crew for there to be third umpire referrals. Something that you need to look into. Seen a number of stumps not given and runouts as well. This one hitting in the air to the left of Kimberly Anthony. Saxena gives chase, pulls it back just in front of the boundary. A good impetus from these two, albeit a bit too late for Trinidad and Tobago.
I like the intentions of these two. Hit the ball in the gap, run hard, look for your 2s, look for your 3s. I like the impetus being put into the game from these two. Looking to score. But a dot delivery to finish the over. 78 for 7. Trinidad and Tobago, 18 deliveries remaining to get 56 runs. Who do you turn to? Who do you call? Probably Ghostbusters. So Hector got 40 from 26. Clarkson 32 from 28. That was the Leeward Islands innings. Put together a really good partnership. And now the Trinidad and Tobago, they are 78 for 7. Just another 18 deliveries remaining. Current run rate is 4.59. They required 18.67 to bring this over the ropes. Maynard has bowled just about 4 for 20. That's what I'm seeing there. So she's out. And replaced by Leeward, it looks like. Skipper Leeward. Edwards it is. Edwards. So Ramnath, she has 4 from 4 and Samaru 2 from 4. Let's see what these two batters have for Trinidad and Tobago. 78 for 7. This one is short and she's pulling. Deep mid wicket. 1 run. Needs more than that.
Need a lot more than that. Heading into the realms of impossibility now for Trinidad and Tobago. As it stands, mathematically possible. But what we've seen from Trinidad and Tobago, you say that it's a foregone conclusion as to who is going to be winning this game here today. This first encounter between Leeward Islands and Trinidad and Tobago.
There we go, good bowling there by Edwards, keeping it down to another single. Needs to hit the ropes, needs to get over the fielder's head, need to hit the gaps, need to turn the 1s into 2s. Trinidad need to do all that now to get to that total. As you said, seems to be rather impossible for Trinidad and Tobago. Another dot delivery. Slowly but surely getting to that point where there's no return for them. Start of this over, they need 18 runs per over. Guess it has climbed so far. Another single. Leeward Islands are pretty much settled with that. That can't hurt them. Leeward still in the thick of things here, looking for a place in the finals. This one is driven officially. Look for trouble here. She gets in. It's a loud appeal. Not how says the umpire. No referral this time.
Yeah, and you look at the bonus point system, even if they don't manage to bowl them out, Leeward Islands, if they are able to keep them under a run rate of 5 or less, they will pick up that bonus point, and it's looking likely as well for Leeward Islands that they will pick up a third bonus point for bowling in this match.
That one falling short of the feeler at mid-on. Missed it as well, so give it an extra run. So they are actually, the required run rate is 25. They are actually going at 4.67. So they need to get that down even further, Stacey Ann, to get that extra bonus point. 84 for 7. Ramnath is on 8 from 8th. And Samaru is 4 from 6. Trinidad and Tobago needs another 50 runs from 12 deliveries. But Leeward Islands fully in charge of this game. They have not let up from the beginning. Trinidad crawled back on a few occasions, but they fought back. Hector 3 for 12. Clarkson 3 for 15. Hector got that 1 wicket. Leeward 4 for 20. And Edwards pick of the bowlers. Hector comes back to finish up things here. Another dot delivery.
I think these teams, Jamaica, Windies Islands to some extent, it's a tough ask for them to get to the final, but it's still possible if they are able to pull off a clinical performance against Barbados, accumulating all their bonus points as well. Of course, hoping that Jamaica is beaten by Guyana. Leeward Islands will be hoping that as well.
A lot of hopes in the air into the penultimate day of this tournament. It is the West Indies T20 tournaments. It's the T20 Blast. We played here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Women's tournament, Trinidad and Tobago battling here with Leeward Islands. Leeward Islands totally in control of this game. Don't see where they could lose this game from here on in. As they continue.
Ramnath has shown intent since she's come to the middle. Shows that she's fighting right down to the very last end of it. Very tough, given the situation that they're in.
Samaru is there with her, still doing battle. Another dot delivery ball by Hector. Hector has bowled well so far. She has 1 wicket, 2 more deliveries remaining. 14 runs have been scored off her overs thus far. This one is hit over the top, only to find the sweeper there. 3/4 away in, and just picks up the ball and throws it back to Hector. Final delivery for her. She has 3 overs thus far, 1 wicket, 15 runs, excellent returns. 87 for 7, Trinidad and Tobago. Not really batted well as a team in this tournament. This one is in the air, high over, mid off. It goes 1, 2, 3 bounce. I don't think it will get there. It does. Does it get there? It does now. 4-run signal by umpire Abbott. Good strike there by Ramnath, who continues to fight here for Trinidad and Tobago. She looks good. Good promise as well. A good shot by her to end the Hector spell. She has 4 for 19 and picked up 1 wicket. Good shot there by Ramnath.
Yes, good access point for her. Getting it over Melissa Clark in the mid-off circle. Had some brought out her football skills, Melissa Clark, but still crashed into the boundary for 4. So now Trinidad and Tobago are out of contention for the final. Came into this match with 20 points. They needed to win to keep their hopes alive and get above Jamaica. Not to be for them. The most that they can hope to do now is just these 2 batters put something to their name.
Well, they're just playing for pride here. Trinidad and Tobago, 6 deliveries, 43 runs required. Ramnath has looked good for 13 from 10. Summer is 6 from 10. Final over. Outside the off stump. Into the keeper's glove. No signal from the umpire. Thought she played that one, Stacey Ann.
It's been a really impressive spell from Claxton without a wicket to her name. 10 dot balls in it. Just 15 runs.
Again in that same area. Just outside the off stump on the 4th or 5th stump. That's what the coaches love to see. By signal by the umpire. Required run rate is 51.60. And the current run rate is 4.76. Trinidad and Tobago needs another 42 from 4 deliveries. This one is hitting it down to mid-wicket. Would there be a run out? She misses the stumps. Had to throw it. Misses those 3 pieces of sticks standing there. And she still remains at the crease. That is Summerall.
Yeah, Leeward had all the time in the world to aim at it, and she did. Still missed it. Claxton just saying to her, why not just throw it to me? Could have had another run out and another wicket.
This time is a quicker delivery that wraps on the pad. Sticks have been disturbed at the keeper's end. No damage done. Another run to the total, 93 for 7. Just 2 more deliveries remaining in this innings, so Leeward Islands played exceptionally well this morning.
Yeah, also those who's keeping track of the bonus point system, Leeward Islands won't be able to accumulate another bonus point as they needed to bowl out Trinidad and Tobago. As it stands, 1 more delivery remaining now. Needed to get 3 wickets in this over to do that.
Well, all hope has gone for these 2 teams. Thus, from what we have seen so far, it takes a miracle to get them into the finals.
Now, Leeward Islands, they've put themselves in a position to get to the final, winning this match, and then have to wait on the outcome of the other 2 matches. So they've done the hard work, Leeward Islands. They've done the right things in winning the game. Very important. I'll do the math for you just now. It might be a bit off by 1 bonus point or 2. I don't think Leeward Islands. Jamaica play Guyana late at 2:30, and Barbados play Windward Islands at 7. Leeward Islands came into this match with 21 points. A win, well, that's a wide. Just delaying the inevitable.
Oh, she's gone. Trying to hustle back for the second run. Direct hit. White signal by the umpire. And the fighting Ramnath goes back, run out for 13.
Well, I did say it was impossible for them to get a bonus point, but if they bowl another wide and there's another run out, 2 more deliveries, then they will be able to get that bonus point. Of course, that is highly unlikely to happen. But 1 more ball remaining, a wide was delivered, and the run out came. 8 wickets down now, Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, no in the frame. No in the frame. She's gone.
So just doing the math. They came into this match, Leeward Islands, with 21 points. Of course, a win will give you 6. So that would take them to 27. That will take them to second on the table, below Guyana. But you add the bonus points that they've accumulated in this match. From what I counted, that second phase of the bowling innings, 7 to 15, they picked up 4 wickets, so that will give them 1, takes them to 28. They managed to maintain an economy rate of 5 or fewer from over 16 to 20, so that will give them another 1, which takes them to 29.
Final delivery being bowled. That's the end of the game. Leeward Islands have won this game handsomely by 38 runs. And really an excellent effort by them. They batted sternly. They played some good shots. They filtered in the middle a little bit. But at the end of the day, they came through victorious, doing what they ought to do. Missed 1 bonus point from our discussion, but a very good game played by Leeward Islands.
Yeah, they missed a few bonus points as well. Batting that power play, they were not able to get the bonus point. They were in a good position to do so. In the end, falling to 35. They needed to get to 32. In that middle phase, they managed to score more than 6 runs per over, but they lost more than 4 wickets. So that threw them out of getting that extra bonus point there. From what I counted, I think they managed to end up on 29. Forgive my math if you see something differently at the end of this run. Could be 30, but nonetheless, they managed to get themselves to second on the table, above Jamaica, below Guyana. Now they'll sit and wait patiently to see what happens in the next 2 games coming up at 2:30. A massive game for Jamaica versus Guyana, and at 7, that match, Leeward Islands versus Barbados.